So I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is, and it's 6:01, 6:02. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee. Here. Robert Yunt.
Here.
Moki Tu.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anything that the members would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull ordinance 23017 and unrelated to that also AM 23018 and move them to the next regular meeting.
Okay. Okay, ordinance 23-017 and AM 23-018.
Oh, and then the AM.
Yeah, the first one is the ordinance, and it has to do with open source, I believe, open market. And then, yeah, open market. And then the other one,
Page 6.
thank you. Yeah, acceptance of award of the bid to Western Construction and Equipment.
Is there any objection?
Okay, I'll just be sure they've gotten it. Did you find both of them okay?
If you're looking for the ordinance, it is on page 4, 23017. The AM is on page 6. It's at the top of the agenda, AM 23018. And I just want to clarify that Assemblymember Yunt wants to take these completely off this agenda and put them on the next agenda for March, the next regular meeting agenda.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Pardon?
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So we're pulling something from a public hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
So is there any issue with, do we typically conduct that public hearing? If somebody signed up for that, can we let them know they could testify under audience participation if they did come for that? I don't suspect we have too many people, but.
I will make sure that Deb hears that. Can you go tell Deb?
Okay. Is there any objection to the motion to pull those two items and reschedule for March 21st? Okay, hearing no objection. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. If you'll all rise for the pledge, and if I could ask city manager from the city of Palmer, former borough manager, to lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. The next item on our agenda is the minutes of the preceding meeting. Special meeting on the 17th of January, a regular meeting on the 17th of January, a special meeting on the 7th of February, and a regular meeting on the 7th of February, and another special meeting on the 9th of February. Are there any changes to any of those minutes as they were presented? Okay, hearing none, the minutes are approved as presented. The next item we have is agency reports. Do either one of the cities want to give us a report at this time? Okay, hi.
Good evening, Mayor, Borough Manager, and Assembly. I'm Glenda Ledford, Mayor for the City of Wasilla. Happening at the Menard Sports Center this weekend is the State Hockey Association 18UB State Tournament, and it is the 10th and the 12th. And also on March the 11th at 1 p.m. at Wasilla High School, the YMCA of Matsu is having their annual fundraiser Chutes and Ladders basketball game. And on the 29th, the VA, Alaska State Council, and Matsu Veterans Foundation will have a recognition day at the Wall of Honor at 11 a.m. And the Wall of Honor is located on Fishhook Road in Wasilla. Does anyone have any questions?
No?
Thank you.
Don't see anybody from Houston. Go ahead, sir.
Greetings from the city of Palmer. My name is John Musi. I'm city administrator, or excuse me, city manager. Slight increase there. Tonight, we have two items for your consideration that concerns us. One is for consideration of a booster station for water to allow us to provide water to the colony schools. The second is a joint project with the city of Wasilla for engineering to connect our water system, which will provide some resiliency, and also to be able to extend water more outside our boundaries for other services. On a personal note, I want to thank you for the tax rebate you give us this current year. That was very helpful, and thank you very much for that. And then also to reporting on our library. As you know, we're kind of on hiatus for services. I'm very hopeful this week we'll be able to sign a lease agreement to provide temporary location for library services. And you may have a part in this in the future when we figure out what the heck we're going to do with this whole deal. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for me? Thank you for no questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anybody from the city of Houston. Okay. Do we have a report from the school district? Okay. I believe we have a report from the state of Alaska, sir, right? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Manager Brown, Assembly and staff and constituents. Todd Smolden with the Governor's Office and the Matsu. Looks like you're going to have a long meeting tonight, so I'll try to be quick. Just a couple of pieces of legislation that the governor introduced today that are education related, and I like to refer to them as pro-teacher and pro-parent legislation. Real quick description of what he introduced. There, as you know, we have issues, a lot of states do, with teacher recruitment and retention. And what the governor is proposing is that we pay teachers a recruitment and retention incentive, and it will be tied to their completion of a contract year. And based on where they teach, that amount will be a different amount. So essentially, the farther away you get from an urban center, the more your incentive is. For Matsu teachers and the Matsu School District, that would be a $5,000 payment at the end of their contract year. He's proposing to do that for 3 years. And while we are doing that, we will be evaluating, looking at the data, engaged in focus groups and looking to see how that impacts not only teachers who are interested in teaching in Alaska, but also staying to teach in Alaska. And I really appreciate this as a former educator. It shows a real strong support for our teachers and recognizing that they are an integral part of our education process. And sometimes with other monies like the BSA and things like that, very little of that money gets into the hands of the classroom teachers. And this would be a more direct infusion into the classroom. So we are hoping that the legislature will take a look at that and agree with us that's important for teacher support. The other part of, or the other piece of legislation is legislation that is designed to strengthen the parental rights that exist currently in statute. when the governor was a senator in 2016, he and Representative Wes Keller at the time passed parental rights legislation, and it was related to parents. Well, it mirrored federal parental rights that had been passed decades before. But what it did was it ensured that parents had the ability to opt out of curriculum or courses that they did not think were important for their children, or they felt were in conflict of their family values and moral values. This legislation would change the current statute to be, instead of opt out of that, it would be opt in. So parents essentially would have to give informed consent for their children to participate in some of the more, I guess, maybe controversial topics that people are dealing with these days, like sex education, gender identity, some of those things. And I think that as with all pieces of legislation and politics, people will make this something that it isn't. It isn't anti-anyone. It isn't anti-any person or any group of people. It is simply this, that parents should be informed of what's happening in the schools, and that by doing that, you actually create less conflict. When you look at the conflict that exists in our culture today, whether it's in Alaska or throughout the country, the conflict comes from parents discovering something that is happening, not being informed, and then questioning why they were not told, whether it's library materials, whatever. This is designed to really create a partnership between parents and teachers and administrations so that they all understand what is happening in the school. And we believe that actually will create more collaboration, less conflict, and that really is the goal, because parents are their children's first teacher. And I can tell you, as a former teacher, nothing was more effective than a parent knowing what was happening with their child in my classroom, especially if it wasn't good. And it was, and I really counted on parents as a teacher. And so I think it's unfortunate that some people will make this something that it isn't, but it really is pro-parent, it's pro-transparency, and we're hoping that the legislature will hear it and vote on it this session. I don't know if anybody has any questions for me. I'm happy to take them, but I certainly understand if you want to move along.
Any questions for Todd? No. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next item on our printed agenda was for a presentation from the Rasmussen Foundation. They're not going to make it this evening, so they've asked for their presentation to be moved to the March 21st meeting. Anything you'd like to add? No. Okay, so they are not in attendance tonight. The next item is committee reports, and don't believe we've had a joint assembly or school board meeting, so there's no report there. Are there any public relation reports? Okay, don't hear any. Mr. Brown, do you have a report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. The Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, announced that the Mat-Su Borough received the GFOA's award for outstanding achievement in popular annual financial reporting for its popular annual financial report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2021. Yeah, John understands that. And really, it's a credit to our finance staff. You also have to be eligible, in order to be eligible for the PAFR award, you also have to win the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the annual comprehensive financial report. This is kind of that user-friendly, take this massive budget book and really drill it down to something that your average citizen can kind of digest. So Cheyenne, Lindsay, and the staff in finance do a great job of really trying to round out our financial transparency and making documents that are easy to read and understand. So hats off to them, and glad to hear of that Certificate of Excellence Award. So thank you. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Any questions to the borough manager? Okay. Mr. Attorney? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Clerk's report with the upcoming meeting schedule is in your red folder. Along with that is Saturday's agenda for the planning session, and then the joint Assembly Planning Commission agenda for next Tuesday are both attached.
Any questions, clerk? No? Okay. The next item is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on any of the citizens or other correspondence? Hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk, would you read the first IM, or the only IM, I guess, into the record, please?
IM 23046, reporting conclusion of contract number 211B with North Star Excavation and Asphalt in the final contract amount of $2,020,715.91 for the landfill gas collection and control system construction project.
Are there any comments on the IM? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. We do not have any persons to be heard. Then the next item is public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you read the ordinance, please? Thank you.
Ordinance 22-131, an ordinance amending MSB 1730, conditional use permit for earth materials extraction activities to allow for an exemption of 10,000 cubic yards annually without a permit. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, staff reports, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Mat-Su Borough. The ordinance before you was sponsored by Assembly Member 2, and what it does is it modifies MSB 1730, which is our code that regulates gravel, and it does a couple of things. One is it changes the threshold at which a permit is required from 2,000 cubic yards to 10,000 cubic yards. Just to give you an idea, a standard dump truck, not a side dump, but just a regular old dump truck, is about 10 to 12 cubic yards. So you're looking going from 200 dump trucks per year that can be extracted without a permit to about 1,000 cubic yards per year, or 1,000 trucks that can be hauling without a permit. So just be clear, right now, as it is, under 2,000 cubic yards, there's no permitting required whatsoever. That is something that can be done by right by a landowner. This would change that to 10,000 cubic yards. The other thing this does is eliminate the administrative permit process. So right now, you can get there's two different ways you can get an administrative permit. That is if you're hauling 7,000 cubic yards indefinitely, or you can, if you can haul any amount of material within a 2-year time frame, then that can be obtained through an administrative permit that is adjudicated by the planning director. It has all the same requirements as a conditional use permit, but so we still have public notification, still goes in the newspaper. There's a mailing, and there's also a public hearing. So the planning director actually sits at the dais, gavels in, and hears public testimony, and then makes a decision, which is appealable by the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. That's sort of our current setup right now. So this does get rid of that. I know that there's some amendments that are being proposed. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding our existing regulations, how it's administered, how it's enforced, or if you want to talk about the effects that the potential amendments would have too, I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, and then I'll come back to it.
Yeah, I just had a
Thank
question.
you.
When you were talking about the number of trucks under the 2,000 cubic yard things and the number of trucks under the 10,000, what was the difference there?
So the current regulations right now,
Yeah.
you can haul about 200 trucks per year from your property without any permitting requirements whatsoever.
Mhm.
This would raise it to about 1,000.
1,000 trucks.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No. Please be respectful in the audience. Assemblyperson Hale.
How much does an administrative permit cost?
So administrative permit costs $1,000 to apply. And by code, we have to adjudicate on it within 30 days of acceptance of a complete application.
And how often are they not awarded?
So I did look through that. Throughout history, we've actually denied 3 total. And we've probably processed somewhere near 20 or something.
Since how long?
Since 2005, when the regulations
2005.
were adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Benner, go ahead.
Under the current 2000, what kind of regulations are restrictive on that?
So currently, if you can haul up to 2,000 cubic yards without any review, no permitting, no standards. So
Can you dig like a 50-foot hole, 100-foot hole, anything?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Assemblyperson Deputy Mayor, go ahead, sir.
I would like to mention that even if you're only moving 200 yards or 20 yards, you cannot go within 4 feet of the seasonably high water table, which is a good thing. But
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
So how long have we had the current regulations in place? And was that something that was developed in concert with the industry?
So the regulations were originally adopted in 2005. Interestingly, the original threshold was 500 cubic feet. So it was recognized pretty quickly. That's a ridiculously low number. And I think it was in 2007 when they raised it to 2,000 cubic yards. But yeah, there's been several changes throughout time, 2011, 2007, I think there's been several, probably 4 or 5 changes throughout time. Most or all of them have been sort of in communication with members from the industry. The big effort was in 2005 and then 2011, I believe, when we did reclamation standards.
Okay, so we've had them for about 17 years, and in at least the last 5 or 6, we had 3 denied out of 20, so somewhere around 85% approval. And and that's approval that's happening with public input.
That's
Public
correct.
is able to, residents, taxpayers.
That's correct.
And then when you're filing an administrative permit, is there additional cost? Do you have to hire an engineer or surveyor in order to do like a big cost that way?
So
Go ahead,
through
sir.
the mayor, thank you. So possibly, so there is no requirement for a surveyor or an engineer for our conditional use permit applications or administrative permit applications. There may be the requirement for instance, if you're mining near a wetlands, there's a 100-foot setback. We may require that 100-foot setback from wetlands be marked off. We've had cases where they didn't do that and they mined way too close. And so we now have them kind of stake it off. So they may have to hire a surveyor for that. There may be, if they're hauling enough gravel, they may have to hire an engineer to figure out access, things like that. So there may be additional expenses if it's complicated, but there is no initial requirement to have to do that.
Okay. And then, so right now, if you go over 2,000 cubic yards, you in looking at those would look at the impacts of noise and dust and traffic safety on the neighborhood, and people would be able to comment on that. With the proposed amendment, would the public residents impacted by this, would they have any say on that? And would there be any consideration for the impacts of traffic safety, like 1,000 trucks running through a neighborhood, and noise or dust on people's adjoining property?
Go ahead, sir.
That is currently how it is set up. If it's over 2,000 cubic yards, there's public input on all of those things. Correct.
And then just follow-up question. So under the proposed amendment to change this, would those things be considered, and would residents be able to express concerns or raise attention to impacts it might have on their property values or neighborhood?
So as this ordinance is currently written, then anything under 10,000 cubic yards would not have any notification. There'd be no standards, there'd be no review or anything like that.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Currently, is the 2,000 cubic yards, is that for improvements or is that for it can be, 2,000 can be used as for commercial purposes for resale and stuff?
So yeah, this only applies to commercial gravel pits, correct?
No, currently without the permit for the 2,000 yards, is that, can somebody, if let's say they're selling 1,000 cubic yards, they can do that?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And is there any restrictions how much gravel you could bring in if there was a hole in the lot currently?
So right now, I mean, the term extraction is actually specifically defined in code. It means to remove from the property. So you can bring as much as you want, but wherever you're bringing from is extracting, so they have to have a permit.
So if two lots nearby, one of them is 40 feet high and the other one 40 foot low, legally you can bring as much as possible into the hole, but you cannot extract more than 2,000 per year, correct?
So the one that is bringing it to an offsite location would have to have a permit. If you own both, you can move it. You can move gravel around your property as much as you want. But if you're removing it from a site, that's considered extraction and requires a conditional use permit.
So if two neighbors agree to improve each other's lots and they're different ownership, legally, can they move more than 2,000 yards right now?
So I think technically, if you look at the way that it's written, if you're removing it to an offsite location, it requires a conditional use permit if it's over 2,000 cubic yards.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
1 second, please. I'm pulling something up here. Kind of building on the question of Mr. Fawnoff, 173020 D, this chapter does not apply when earth material extraction activity is not intended for sale or barter. So I think you could fairly state that you can give 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 yards away for free. So if you had two neighbors trying to improve, this guy's lot's really high and this gal's lot's really low, as long as the person whose lot is high is not selling it, they can give away as much. So I've been in the situation on North 49th State Street. I'm not in the gravel business. I could care less about it, but I had about 40,000 yards that was in my way. And so I gave it away to neighbors around that area. It took like 5 or 6 years, give or take. So if, 5, 6 years, I gave away 40,000 yards. Some years I maybe gave away 10,000. Some years was only 3 or 4, but it averaged out. I did call the borough to find out if what I was doing was allowable. This was a long time ago. It's probably 8 or 10 years ago. But in all fairness, you can give it away for free. And I don't think, I could be wrong. This is not my legislation or whatever. I don't think it's intended to address that or prevent that. Because like I said, right now, again, like 4 years ago, I gave away about 8,000 yards on a site out Wasilla Fishhook. I actually gave it to the Matsu Borough for free 4 or 5 years ago, right? It was in my way. I couldn't build a house, donated it to the borough. They upgraded Texel with it. So I just wanted to point out that chapter clearly states that you can move 1,000,000 yards if you want, and you can do it with no public process. You just have to give it away for free. So,
Assemblyperson Hours?
I just wondered if we could get some, just to that question, is that correct?
So
Go
through
ahead,
the
sir.
mayor. So 1730.020 D does state that this chapter does not apply when earth material extraction activity is not intended for sale or barter. So these are very specific scenarios that would need to be evaluated. I think these are questions that, hasn't been settled in court or anything like that. So we evaluate each one of these on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and just back to the permit applications again, sometimes people choose to do engineering, but they can also file something as simple as a site plan that's just a picture and where things are and where they plan to run the trucks. It can be a pretty simple, as far as what you've seen, people can submit fairly simple applications and they get, generally, applications are getting approved.
Go ahead.
So yeah, we love it when somebody hires an engineering firm and they have these big, beautiful, colorful site plans. They're all to scale and perfect and everything. But yes, there is no requirement that if somebody's technically savvy can develop their own permit application and not spend a whole lot of money doing it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor and then Assemblyperson.
I did want to mention Stephanie's question, kind of made me think of this, and I know, Alex, you were here 8 or 10 years ago, but you weren't the planning director then, so it wasn't us that visited about it. But when I gave that material away on North 49th, because it was a heap, right? Like it was a lot. They did ask me if I'd be selling truck time, right? Because I think you can give the material away for free. But in all fairness, if you own like a dirt work company and dump trucks and you're selling your truck time, I think that's probably should not be allowable, right? I don't own equipment. I don't own dump trucks. Like I don't make money off dirt work. So I just gave it away and that was allowable. But in all fairness, I think if somebody was trying to game the system and say, I'm going to give you the gravel for free, but I'm going to sell you the truck time, I think that should be illegal. And I'm not an attorney. This is my personal opinion, right? So I just wanted to mention, ask that guy down there, right? But I did want to mention it because I don't want people to think they can game the system, right? I actually did give the material away. I could care less about dirt. So if it's in my way, you can have it. But, in all fairness, if somebody was gaming the system, I think Nick could go into a courtroom and win that argument pretty easily. But again, I'll let Nick speak to that, not me.
Okay. We're understaffed report. So it sounds like we're getting into the debate. So anyway, but go ahead.
I apologize, Nick.
Yeah, no
We'll
problem.
save that for later.
Assemblyperson Off, do you have a question of staff? Okay, go ahead, sir.
How many commercial gravel pits currently operating that are under 2,000 cubic yards that have a sign that you know of in a valley?
So,
Go ahead, sir.
we do not track if somebody is hauling under 2,000 cubic yards, we don't hear about it unless a neighbor complains. And if they believe that they're hauling over 2,000 cubic yards, then we may go send a code compliance officer out there to start counting trucks and estimate the yardage that are coming out of there. But we do not track operations that are less than 2,000 cubic yards.
So you don't have an approximate number?
It's not regulated. We don't.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay, and the second question is on the big gravel pits that are licensed, approximately how many cubic yards a year do they move, just on average? Because you guys have to have some kind of knowledge, right?
So we have some that are they haul a train every day, right? And then we have others that are, can go for years without mining anything. So it's a full spectrum. There's ones that are very small, don't haul a lot, and there's others that are hauling a lot every single day. So it's a wide variety.
So there's not even an approximate number on the average gravel pit, the ones, not the little ones and not the MIGs, no?
No, there's some that will apply for 200,000 cubic yards, 2 million cubic yards. There's just all over the board. There's no like average or standard.
Okay, thank you.
I know.
Okay, did you have a question, sir? Go ahead.
Say if you have a neighborhood with covenants, would this overrule their covenants, or would covenants still play an important role?
So covenants are a private agreement between people that has nothing to do with our zoning laws or our land use regulations. So if there's a neighborhood that says no mining gravel, and somebody applies for a conditional use permit from us, we are not going to consider their covenants. That's between the landowners, and they can settle that in court.
So you just said that you guys don't have any role in that. In other words, the guy gets to haul the gravel and the covenant doesn't count. Is that what
So Nick is shaking his head.
That is not what he said. What he
That's what
said
I
is
know.
the borough does not take them into account. Your neighbors could sue you, but the borough won't.
Okay? Because it doesn't take the
The
covenant.
borough is
into
not
account.
saying it's okay.
It's just saying,
The borough's not going to do anything.
okay.
Okay. I think that's it, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
There's been a lot of great questions, but in last week, I asked staff to make a map because, again, I don't know a lot about gravel. I don't know, I mean, I know where a couple pits are. There's a few right in Wasilla where I live, right? But, so I asked the staff to make a map that would show all the gravel pits in the core area and just outside of it too, within reason, right? Like they show them all, but you can't, take the whole wall up with the map, right? So thank you guys for this. It's very informative. I was not allowed to talk to the assembly members about it because Open Meetings Act violation. So I asked them to make two big maps, one that we could hang on the wall here for assembly members to look at, and then one that we could put out here. And I think they put it by the entrance, but I would like to, if possible, ask for a 10 to 15-minute intermission where members of the public can go review that map. It shows, and then the assembly members can too, but it shows all of them in the borough, what kind they are, how many were grandfathered in, which would have been what, previous to 2005, Alex? Right?
Correct.
So the ones that are grandfathered in are 18 years or older. It shows the ones that have been permitted through the conditional use permit. What it does not show is that there is a few of them that are controlled by the borough. And so those are not open to, the borough doesn't let normal people from the public come in. But I don't think those are delineated right now. I don't know which ones they are, to be honest. I have no idea. But anyways, it at least is, it's a good piece to look at. I did want to mention to the assembly members, if you would like to look at this map, you need to do so on your own with no side conversations. So we don't have an Open Meetings Act violation. So
Okay.
if it's okay,
So did you want to ask for the at ease now?
I would like to have a 10 to 15 minute recess so that every
you
members
have
from
a
the public
question?
can look.
Okay, Assembly Person.
I do. I
Palmado,
just,
Did you have a question?
it's a late night for people. I think like we could keep it to 10 minutes. And just let people get home for the night.
Assembly Person.
Right.
Palmado.
So the map, we have same one, Mr. Young? Same exact one. So the red ones, what I'm looking at is the grandfather ones, right? Correct? The ones,
I believe so, yes.
okay. And the one that are currently permitted ones is the green ones or the orange ones?
If I could point out to everybody that's going to be looking at the map, on the bottom right, there is a key that tells you exactly what each colored spot is. It tells you all of it.
But I just wanted to confirm that the
Yes.
red ones are the grandfather ones, and they're the ones that if it's been permitted, they don't have currently.
So,
Okay.
so through the mayor, I believe that the red ones are grandfathered pits, the green are administrative permits, and the orange are conditional use permits.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Deputy
And
Mayor.
again, one more time, I just wanted to mention no side conversations from the assembly members, please.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead for 5 minutes. So at 6, you need 10, we think. So everybody will get a chance to go look at the map. Back to order again, please. And I think we've had new people come online, so when it comes, if you do want to speak and you are online, when we go, Caleb will turn you on, but you'll need to press *3.
That's only if you want to speak to the gravel ordinance.
Right, that's the public hearing we're going into now. So earlier there was a little bit of an outburst from somebody in the audience, and I don't know who they were. I'm not going to call you out, but my time sitting here as the mayor, I ask all of you to be very respectful of whoever is speaking, whether you agree with them or you don't agree with them. And so I will not put up with any booing and hissing, whether you are in agreement with them or not in agreement with them. We have in the past allowed people to clap if you are, and we will allow that to continue. But I just would ask you to be considerate of the other people. Okay? Thank you. Okay, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Out of respect for the process, I think before we have public testimony, there should be a time set aside for any assembly members up here who may think they have a conflict in regard to this legislation and may want to recuse themselves. So I'd like to go first. I was asked by somebody today, they called me to thank me for my amendment and then asked me, hey, you're a builder, do you have a conflict?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd like to put out on the record, I don't own gravel pits. I never have owned. I don't own loaders, dump trucks, anything like that. I'm a carpenter. The 2 times in my career that I've been in the position that I had material that I didn't want and it was in my way, I gave it away. Both of those times I called the borough, right? Once was about 8 or 10 years ago and found out that as long as I wasn't selling truck time with it, which again, I don't own trucks or anything like that, that I could give it away. The last time was, 4 or 5 years ago, I actually gave it to the borough. So, and it stayed on the same street. It didn't leave the road. So, but that's for you to decide. If you believe I have a conflict, I have no problem recusing myself. So.
In my opinion, you do not have a conflict. Does anyone else want to state anything for the record? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I've been involved in gravel for 20 years in the borough, but currently I've been out for a couple years and I do have some property that has pits on it, but they haven't been active for a couple years, nor do I have plans for them to be active. If anybody wants to buy some land, but okay.
Okay.
So I feel that I don't have a conflict, but again, I guess if you guys all feel that I do or whatever, I'll stand back.
No, I think you're fine, as long as they're not in operation, and so wouldn't be no conflict. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I work in the excavation business. I do have equipment and a dump truck, which usually I operate for myself, not so much for hire to others. So, and my extended family has a lot that has a permitted grandfathered gravel pit on it, but I don't benefit anything from it.
And you don't get any financial?
No, I don't.
No, okay, thank you, you're fine too then.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, Assembly
When we
Person.
talk about recusing, it is not just for our own, this person right here in this body, but for any of our family, relatives, anything like that, if they stand to gain or lose by any of our legislation. I don't know how far that extends. Is like if you have kids, I don't know. I don't know any of you guys like that, but.
Okay, no, let Nick go ahead.
So the ethics code does talk about a personal interest, and conflict of interest can relate to personal interests held by your immediate family members. And that's why the code says that for the elected officials, you make the disclosure and the mayor makes the ruling, as what just happened here. Members are free to express their opinion as to whether or not they believe it would present a conflict or not, but members are supposed to disclose it to the mayor and the mayor makes the ruling. So.
Okay. Any further, Deputy Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I allowed to ask a question from our new assembly member? Is that okay? In regard to
Should
this?
we wait?
Well, it's in regard to the conflict. I don't know if I heard him right.
Okay.
So did you say your family or someone has a permitted one and it was grandfathered in?
That is correct.
Okay. In all fairness, I'm not a gravel guy, but in all fairness, I think if this passes tonight, it would actually make his family's gravel pit worth less. It would devalue it. So I don't know. I mean, it's competition.
He may not want to
Right,
participate.
Right. This is competition. So if it passes, I think he'd be hurting his family.
Yeah.
And I guess on the flip side, the longer the gravel pit away for dump truck, the more we benefit as a drivers because we do want to have those long routes. So that's just another way of saying it.
And you're not part of the ownership with your brother, right?
No.
Anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing then on ordinance 22-131. I do have a sign-up sheet, or I guess I have a couple of them. So we'll go through those first. And if you didn't sign up, do not be concerned. We will give you an opportunity to testify. Everyone will be given 3 minutes. And then we, of course, will go online to those people. And then we'll come back here and we ask that, of course, you only testify once. So the first person I have is Gary Foster. And then I'm going to go ahead, just give me a minute, Gary, please. I'm going to go ahead and give the next 2 names. And so if you could be sure you're standing close by, because as it's been stated, this may be a little bit longer evening than past our bedtime. So the next person is David Palmer. And then after that is Rhonda Stark. Okay, so go ahead, Gary.
Hi, my name is Gary Foster,
Mhm.
spelling the last name Foster. We had to do it last night. I would like to say that I'm actually in support of this bill, with especially some of the amendments that I guess are still going to come up tonight. I would just like to make sure that it's clear on especially Mr. Yunt's amendment, that it's clear that you can go down a little deeper and put in a basement or something, because it kind of acts like it's limiting that kind of clearing. But I just wanted to come in and say that I'm in support of it. I've had to move myself about 9,000 cubic yards on another piece of property that I owned, and I didn't know that I was required to get a permit, but I didn't sell it. We just moved it from my property across the street to another piece of property that had owned by another individual that had a big hole in the backyard. So we gave him some filler and made his property worth a little bit more than it was to start off with. So I'm all for these big moves like this if we can get it passed. Thank you.
Sorry. So thank you. So Karen Gilly, then you'd be the third person. So David Palmer.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
Mr. Manager, members of the Assembly. My name is David Palmer. I live over near the hospital. I've lived there since 1980. And Mr. Chu, I'd like to commend you for promoting economic development. I would also like to commend Mr. Yunt, Ms. Nowers, and Mr. Bernier for adding some comments in our amendments that would minimize the impact in the sense of community development on neighbors and neighborhoods. So I'm in support of this, but I'm also in support of doing it in a manner that does not adversely impact the surrounding areas. I believe it can be done with that in mind. So this is the Matsu Borough, geologically, is one of the largest gravel deposits in the world that's known to man. So this issue I'm sure, for some of us at least, we'll be back again somewhere in the future. So again, I'm in support of it. I'm also in support of the amendments that have been submitted. So I would request the Assembly to please consider those. And with all that, let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Rhonda, Karen, and Patty. And so, Rhonda?
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Stark, and this is really intimidating. First of all, is there a 3-minute, do we have a 3-minute cap? Is it
Yeah,
three? Is it up there? Okay, great. Okay. So I am a resident of the Fishhook area. I have been for 32 years in the same house. I also am on the Road Service Area Advisory Board within South Colony District. And I am an advocate of private property rights. I actually like gravel. I've used much for various projects on our own property, extracting our own as well as trucking it in. My main concern is infrastructure as well as safety. 10,000 cubic yards is a lot of gravel, especially if you're trucking it in and out of a subdivision that has roads that are not built for that type of wear and tear. 10,000 cubic yards is 1,000 truckloads at 34 tons per truck. So this is a lot of weight that could travel on subdivision roadways not designed for heavy truck traffic. And taxpayers would end up footing the bill for any increase in wear and tear and need for repair and maintenance. Many of our road service areas operate on a shoestring budget, particularly those in the more rural areas. And 10,000 cubic yards of gravel could be extracted, causing damage and wear, and with no vehicle for any additional funds to help an RSA pay for that. I also see a problem with increased heavy traffic within neighborhood roadways that multitask as footpaths. Neighborhoods like mine, everybody recreates on the road. So if you have a lot of truck traffic going through, you are also adding a safety factor. We have children playing on the road, so I'm concerned about that as well. And as an RSA board member, I have received many calls from residents regarding excessive speeding and disregard for speed signs by construction traffic. Heavy truck traffic will add to this and then add in the 34 tons that are in the bed of that truck, in the dump box. Also, water is a concern. And so I'm not saying yay or nay on this ordinance. I just have concerns. So we have a 60-foot well. I do worry about water table, and I really appreciated the amendments. I think they added and improved on the ordinance, especially Mr. Yent. I hope I pronounced that right. But I don't know that you addressed water sources for wells. So I have a concern with that. So also we have a very good permitting system that has an 85% permit issue rate. And I'm not sure why we're having to change that. And then lastly, my private property rights are not a license for me to take away from my neighbor's property rights. So, all right. Thank you. Just under
That was
the
good
wire.
timing. So Karen, Patty, and then Father. Okay, go ahead. Come on up, Karen.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Karen Gilly. I've been living right next to the gravel pit over here. I don't know the name of it, but right off the main highway there. So yes, there's always been issues with dust and noise. I mean, they start like 6 in the morning and you hear the gravel trucks pouring it into the train, and it gets very noisy. I really look forward to winter time so I don't have to listen to that. But I am concerned about water rights, safety, like she just said, for the highway. The kids are always playing on it. I would really like to have a safe place to walk my dog instead of having to drive somewhere. I'm concerned about all of it. My biggest concern is taking our rights away from having a say in it. I mean, that's the biggest issue. So what's to say that, so with this ordinance gets passed and then they decide to make it bigger, or, you know, I mean, we're just losing our rights. We're losing enough rights the way it is. You know, I just, that's my main concern right there. So, but the safety, the water, the roads, the noise, all of that. I'm right there. I've already got dust all over the place and listen to the noise. So, and it vibrates the house. So, yeah, I'm short. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Patty and Father, and then Sarah Stewart.
Get this down for short people. Before I start, these are the comments that went to the Planning Commission, which I was at last night. I'm just love it over here. I'm going to stay for another night, so maybe even tomorrow night. All of these are negative comments, or comments that say they are opposed to this gravel change. And I am speaking in opposition to it myself. Just as the last lady said, I love gravel. I'm not opposed to gravel. I am opposed to this change in the public process. This legislation cuts neighborhoods out of the process of deciding what is good and appropriate for them. The ordinance increases the level of gravel mining without a permit by 5 times. It affects water, air, traffic, safety, property values. Those trucks, the 1,000 truckloads that could happen, if you measure those over the 5 months of the summer season, you're talking 6 to 8 trucks going out a day. And of course, trucks are coming back. So it's what, 12 to 16 trucks going down a road a day. I have read Mr. Yunt's amendments. Unfortunately, they do not deal with a number of the critical issues. I've read Ms. Nauer's amendments, and they are good. There's one thing I definitely have a problem with, but the amendments so far do not deal with. They deal with the hours of operation, but not with the limit of noise from rock crushers and loading equipment. There's nothing in there about that. The amendments do not deal with the dangerous traffic, which will be on narrow, winding, curvy roads where children walk and play. These roads can be a mile long, down with no outlet. So a half-mile notification does not cut it. It should be larger than that. Area of notification should be larger. The amendments do not deal with a loss in property values due to a pit being developed next door. I understand that the Mat-Su Board of Realtors is opposed to this legislation. I hope that there is someone here tonight from that group to discuss it. Gravel, and they do not deal with dust, which is created by the pit. Gravel is necessary, but the location of pits should be allowed public comment. I mean, heaven forbid, a pit should be developed next to one of your homes. Wouldn't you want to be able to have a say about it? So, bottom line, the ordinance has no provision for public input. The current process is working. Why do we need to change it? I urge you to consider these comments and vote no on this legislation.
Patty. The clerk tells me that you didn't say your name, so will you say?
Oh my gosh. Now I'm in trouble. Patty Fisher. I am a borough resident. I live out in Meadow Lakes where we have lots of gravel.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, you're after Sarah. Okay, so Father?
I'm Father Randy Hillman, Hillman. Thank you, Ms. Mayor, Borough Manager, and council people. Excuse me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this once again. I was understanding that this was taken care of last year, but it seems like it hasn't been addressed appropriately. In regards to last year, it was asking for 20,000 cubic yards. This year, asking for 10,000 cubic yards. I'm wondering if we're going to go next year for 5,000 cubic yards. That's my question. The bottom line is 2,000 cubic yards seems to be working. If it wasn't working, that would be a good opportunity to address the issue. But it seems like we're taking away the individual opportunity to speak on the proposal of having a gravel pit near or around your property. And I was looking at the map. Around my particular house, there's 4 small, less than 2,000 cubic feet or cubic yards of gravel pits. One of which I'm extremely concerned of because my water table in the whole area there is 35 feet. That particular gravel pit off of Ingstrom looks more deeper than 35 feet. Now, my discussion and knowledge about the gravel pit down on 3, when they cut through the water table, we have professional people operating that gravel pit, but yet it cut through the water table and probably contaminated a lot of water. But if you have anybody that's operating 10,000 cubic yards, the opportunity for them to contaminate water supply is exponentially increased. So please consider that on that. Thank you for your ability to let me speak.
Thank you. Sarah Studer? No. Sarah? That's Sarah Stewart. Okay, Steve? And then Pat Daniels, you're after Steve, and then Suzette Longacre, you're after Pat.
Hello, Mayor and esteemed Assembly and staff. Steve Culligan, Wasilla, Colligan. I represent Alaska Rock Products Association, akrpa.org. We're industry folks that come together that are normally competitors, but also advocate for best practices and also helping out smaller entities comply and know what the rules are. We've spoken out several times against the ordinance that was coughed up on the table. I'll call it the rubber chicken thrown up. But thank you, Mr. Yunt, for addressing an actual problem that needs to be addressed and maybe some gaps in some of the current legislation. But industry and the public have been involved in the existing legislation. It's been working for many years. It informs the public and sets some boundaries. Before that, it was a bit of the Wild West, and industry spent more time kind of responding to public complaints than actually doing resource development. There are 3 main categories of the permits address: mining in and below the water table, which is dredging. There's mining 4 feet above the water table and conditional use permits and a process for that. And now there's this new process that addresses things that builders and lot developers are concerned with, how to economically improve a lot, move gravel between lots to make a buildable parcel. And there's been this gap, and Mr. 2's legislation throws out this thing that just turns out the public to argue about something that we're not really here going to talk about. Tonight, you're going to make decisions on the amendments, which in my mind are a completely different approach. It actually solves and creates an opportunity that informs the public. But you need to know, and we've had technical sessions with this body previously, that there's the borough permit process is not the end of the process. It's the beginning. DNR, OSHA for health and safety, MSHA, mining. When you do screening and crushing, you're in the mining business, which is not what this amendments kind of address. I would ask that you take out screening and crushing from this ability that a developer might use, because then you're in a mining business. And the 2,000 and other limits are in legislation because they're addressed by those other organizations that you need to know about. Just because you don't have a borough permit doesn't mean that you don't have to comply with all sorts of other issues, not only just noise and the like, but also backup alarm, safety on the site, and other things that have to do with safety and regarding the public. So at the end of the day, we're in support of what's amended, but it's a different tool and different communication that you flipped on the Planning Commission, which unfortunately they saw the changes last night and kind of threw their hands up. I think it was a disservice to the Planning Commission. I think people are willing to talk about and how to address what the actual need, which is a process maybe for developers and creating buildable lots in the Mat-Su, improving the process, making it efficient. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your service and all the glory you have of being on the assembly and all those fun things. I've passed my 12-step program. I'm no longer
Are you
afflicted by.
happily reminiscing tonight?
I have
No?
a new startup company called Grandpa Co. I'm in the grandchild spoiling business.
So Pat and then Suzette. And then Diane Ladd or Land, I'm not quite sure. Okay.
Madam Mayor and Assembly.
Mhm.
I may sound a little confused. I'm against and opposed the way that it's written now. But with the new amendments, I would probably find some support to that. What I'd like to say tonight in the amendments is that a couple more amendments added to that as it's listed or written right now, that it says any pits within a half a mile of each other. I'd like to see that possibly increased to a little bit further in the distance, maybe 2 to 3 miles, something that's more manageable. And then in the fee side of it, because I'm here to support the roads and the misuse or the abuse of the roads from that much travel, is that when you do the math on it at 10 cents per cubic yard at 10,000 yards, that's $1,000. And within that, at the current rate of $100 for the application or the permit, that doesn't cover any of the damages. So as a member of the RSA, even if we had 4 or 5 pits within our area, that monetary number would not even get us a grader out to grade the roads to repair the damages. So if you kept it at 1,000, at that point, that additional money would help repair the damages from that much hauling. Currently, I'm against it, but with your amendments, Rob, I would find support for it. Thank you very much.
And Pat, I'm told that you didn't say your name for the record.
It's Pat Daniels. Thank you.
Okay, Suzette, and then Diane Land or Ladd? No, and then Carolyn Keel or Kyle after that. Okay, go ahead, Suzette.
Mat-Su Assembly members, I'm here to speak out against proposed Mat-Su ordinance OR 22-131. My name is Suzette Longacre, and my husband and I began building a retirement home on Big Lake back in 1989. We both were born in Alaska and have lived here over 70 years and have seen some bad government legislation in our years in Alaska, but this piece of legislation has to be one of the most ridiculous. This legislation, sponsored by Moki 2, who owns property with gravel on it and definitely has friends who do, would increase by 5 times from 2,000 to 10,000 cubic yards annually, the size of a gravel pit operation that could operate without needing any government permit, any borough permit, and right next to people who already built their homes looking for peace and contentment. Can you put a price on peace and contentment? Should greed overrule good government, which should protect the safety, health, and environment of its constituents? Hauling tons of unregulated gravel on back roads like West Lakes Boulevard and others throughout the borough definitely puts the Mat-Su population at risk, not to mention noise pollution and a drop in property values and water problems. This legislation also has not had proper public input, and residents that would have been affected by these new gravel pit operations that will spring up throughout the borough have not been notified. I just found out, and I am appalled at the lack of notice from government that I pay taxes to. What happened to the will of the majority? please consider carefully how you handle OR 22-31, because it lets the public know if you are really a responsible elected official. Also, there's no provision in this thing for public comment or review of the practice after they've started operating their operations. That's one thing that would need to be added. The gravel permit process has a long history in the Mat-Su Borough. Big Lake residents fought twice against a permit for William Harriet and his gravel pit operation on Big Lake, and he did not get the permit both times. And now this legislation lets him and any other person who has gravel on their property and pays just $100 to haul gravel and be able to haul 10,000 cubic yards a year if they just purchase a truck and a loader. No inspection or regulation. Passage will certainly open the borough up to countless lawsuits. I'm definitely against it, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Diane, and then Carolyn Keel or Kyle, and Maxine Franklin. Okay. Go ahead,
Hi,
ma'am.
Diane Lada, LADA. I am a resident of Big Lake. I've been in Alaska for over 15 years. I'm in healthcare. I'm one of the nurse practitioners that serves this area with virtual health and digital health for stroke and cardiac disease. I've been at it a long time to look at how we can help this community to grow and to be healthier. My question to this whole entire assembly is why? Why again? Again and again. We have gone through this legislation in the past. The people have spoken and they don't want it in this way. We do live next to a pit. We have probably about 4 pits around us. I don't see them listed on that map, so I feel like it's a little bit deceiving on what we're looking at there. But my question really is why? Why now? We have development that's happening with the current rules. It's taken 15 years to go 500 cubic feet. We're going to go to 10,000 feet in what? In a few years. Do we need it? Of course we need gravel, but there's a better way to do it, and not in our neighborhoods. We only begin to degrade and tear down communities, neighbors that we love dearly, a lakefront that's beautiful. We've seen it change even already with smaller pits. Why unpermitted? Why unfettered? We see what happens when unfettered humans try to produce something. It's usually it usually degrades when things are unregulated or uninhibited. Why 10,000? Why stop there? Why in this jurisdiction? Development is happening. Why would we empower those who do have trucking companies and gravel connections and properties? I do believe that we should recuse some of you to vote. I do see a particular bias, conflict of interest. I'm in the healthcare field. I can't really vote on reimbursement for Medicare because I'm writing those orders. I'm charging those patients. I'm also bringing that to the community, so I'm not allowed to vote on those things. Why the amended version, or why did the amended version come out sooner? I know I was at the commission meeting and they excused it from the agenda because no one really had a chance to read it. They literally said they got it when they walked in the door. My question is why? I've already heard people say they're calling Big Lake the big pit, and it's getting closer and closer to that. The goal would be to uplift our neighborhoods, uplift our schools. We're trying to get a healthcare clinic in here, a pharmacy, to help our neighbors for health, and this is not healthy. So I am against this ordinance as listed, and I ask for you to consider the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, and then Maxine Franklin, and after that is Robert Ladd. Is that again?
No.
Hepper, maybe, Robert? Okay, go ahead. Carolyn.
Hello, my name
Hi.
is Carolyn Kyle. I'm Alaskan, born here when it was a territory. I do have a summer home on Big Lake. I'm frustrated because this has come to fruition 3 times. This is my 3rd time trying to address personal use pits. We have one right next to us on Velarde Road. And the issue is the West Lakes Highway, Shore Highway or road is 2 lanes. We have traffic coming and going all the time. You've got cyclists, you've got pedestrians, there's no room. You've got the noise, you've got the backup equipment, you've got a wall that has been built so we can't even monitor how much is really being taken from a personal use gravel pit right now. There is dust in the area. I'm concerned about safety issues, environmental issues, water table. We're right next to the lake. Also liability issues. I mean, what happens on these roads that currently are in very poor shape to even find the funding for people to commute back and forth to their homes? And you want to increase the trucking routes at the tune of whatever it was, from 200 truckloads to 1,000. It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. I've seen the impact to wildlife in our area where I have reached out to Fish and Wildlife 4 different times, 4 different years, stating to them the lack of moose in the area. It just, you know, it's just so frustrating because we're trying to have a cohesive neighborhood and we understand what personal use is. But this is not personal use. This is for monetary gain. I'm disappointed you didn't recuse yourself, Mookie. I mean, he is very good friends with Happy. Bill Harriet owns a gravel pit on West Velarde Road. You own a trucking company. I mean, it's not, the optics is horrible. And I really would appreciate this body taking into consideration that you're opening up the door to pits that aren't even on that map that are going to have a new opportunity for revenue and no permitting and no public testimony. And I think it's an absolute failure if this goes through. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Maxine Franklin, and then Robert, and I'm sorry, Robert, I can't read your last name, and after that is Eric Hastens. Okay, go ahead, Maxine.
Yes, my name is Maxine Franklin. I've lived in the valley for 31 years, and I do have a gravel pit, Green Streets pit, just down below me on the bluff I live on above the bowling alley. When that was put in, I did notice some negative things. There's a lot more dust. You can hear the rattling kind of in my voice. I have to take meds because I'm allergic to dust. And it does, affects me every day. I don't totally blame the gravel pit. There's a lot of dust from the river and so forth, but it does affect my life and my health. My comments are very general compared to what most people have said. I oppose the proposed amendment to MSP 1730, allowing for up to 10,000 cubic yards of earth materials to be removed without a permit. The valley is rich in gravel, and its removal and sale is almost a no-brainer way to make a living. You don't have to be very smart to make a living off moving gravel. Why not let people do what they want with their property? Why not just let folks make a living mining their property? In the case of gravel mines, there are several problems. Gravel mines definitely affect the quality of life for the neighbors. Number one, maybe the least problem is they're an eyesore. They're ugly. 2, they affect air quality. They definitely make me have to take meds. 3, they can affect groundwater flows and undermine wells. 4, they lower neighborhood property values. They make your property less valuable if you have a gravel pit next to you. They increase traffic damages to roads and streets. And that's basically the main things I can think of off the top of my head. Changing the ordinance could increase what is already a problem gravel pits in residential areas. There are quite a few gravel pits in the valley. A lot of people live next to them, and nobody really likes them if you're not in the business. I'm thinking that if this ordinance would pass, it would benefit a few developers at the expense of our community in general, making it a less healthy place to live, as well as increase the general unattractiveness of the developed areas of the Mat-Su Borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So Robert, do I have? Okay. Thank you, sir. And
It's
then
Robert
Eric.
Lotta.
Okay,
Robert
go ahead.
Lotta, LADA, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I'm right off the bat, I'm not a proponent of this ordinance. I think one thing that stands out is I don't really see anyone expressing a need for this in regards to there is a big problem here in Mat-Su. We don't have enough gravel. People are losing their jobs. We can't have development. Nobody's coming to the valley. None of that is being spoken here. All it is a change in that. And in my experience in being in business and being in healthcare, when someone wants to change something, to increase the number of something, it's usually to make more money. That's usually behind a lot of this. And I know that some will gain money and some won't. But I think if you look back at the initial ordinance that was put in almost 20 years ago, the reason why that was put in there is like, why do we have the 2000 was to reduce the adverse impacts of land uses and development between and among properties. It is further the purpose of this chapter to promote compatible, orderly development. That has come to fruition. There was wise people that came before us, and they put this into place because it was not orderly, and there was a lot of friction in between communities for someone doing something right next to their property and not having a say to it. So someone came up with 2000. Why 2000? Because it works. It's worked for almost 20 years. I don't see a reason why to change that. This whole community is developing probably more rapidly than many of us here even wanted to develop. So there's no hindrance in development. The other part that is also disingenuous with the map is there's a lot of private pits for personal use. Right now, this ordinance is to incentivize everyone who has a pit that has equipment to use it to turn it into 10,000. If I have a street 1 mile long, I can have 3 pits and I can mark them out pretty easily. That's not 10,000 a year, that's 30,000 yards per year on 1 2-lane road. There's no end to that. It's an easy operation. Someone mentioned, I wouldn't say it's you don't have to be smart to do it. I think it's a very wise thing to do. If I had a large enough property, I could put in 10,000 and start extracting stuff right away. And my neighbor can have one, and my neighbor can have one, and before you know it, you can have a lot of gravel moving on a lot of different roads. And who's paying for that? None of the gravel pit people. They don't own a penny for it. They can decimate the roads, and you and I have to pay for it. And I think that's a disingenuous way to go about it. Unless there's a real reason to do it that's going to improve our community, I'm completely against that. I think it's your body, the body that's here. You're supposed to uphold the ability of us to have a voice. And anytime a government body takes away the voice of the people who are paying you to be here, I think that's very disingenuous. And having a few people profit off the rest of the public, I think is not the community that I would necessarily want to be a part of. So hopefully you guys make the right decisions here in making these, in avoiding some of these amendments. And anyway, there's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. So Eric, and then Jason Cross and Fanny Christensen.
My name is Eric Hessness. We have a cabin located on Christensen Lake, Talkeetna. I don't see that represented in your map at all, so that's concerning. But there is a state-owned, questionably legal gravel pit located there named the Comsat Quarry, which many members here tonight are familiar with it and the problems that we've had over the last years. It is a state-owned property. However, I can tell you firsthand that the severe lack of oversight that we've seen uncontrolled blasting, we've seen water tables breached, we've seen very dangerous hazards of the road traffic, the trucks coming out of this quarry. And I guess assume that quarries and gravel pits are under the same ordinance here tonight, right? There's no separation of, it's a gravel pit and a quarry, you deem the same thing. Anyway, there's, this is a state-owned property, but there's talk of it being transferred to other departments of the state or even to the borough. The borough before has indicated that they don't support pulling product out of this, but it continues, and we do have a lawsuit against the state of Alaska because of unconstitutional issues on this quarry. But I just want to let you know firsthand how frustrating it has been to deal with the state and the regulations that were never followed. Throughout this whole process, there's been huge amounts of dust, noise from morning till 11 o'clock at night. One year they continued to blast and haul product up till Christmas. It's insanity. And to increase this from 2,000 to 10,000 unregulated, I mean, it's insanity. I would appreciate a no vote on this. It's really unnecessary. So thank you.
Thank you. So Jason, and then Franny, and then Marcus Crowley. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Jason Kresge, Chairman of the Council of Chapel Creek. First problem we have is, unfortunately, our council found out about this on Facebook. So we weren't exactly advised by anybody about this. When I was elected by the residents of Trapper Creek, I made a promise to always do what was best for the community and the people that live there. OR 22-131 is not what is best for Trapper Creek, nor the Mat-Su Borough. Gravel pits produce dust. Some of those things cause pulmonary issues. They get trapped in the lungs. They can cause lung cancer, COPD, kidney disease. Groundwater be contaminated by exposing groundwater to the atmosphere. Property values drop. Not many people want to live next to one. Most of the roads up in Trapper Creek are dirt roads. They become a muddy, potholed, riddled mess with heavy rains and dust bowls when it's really dry. There are not many side trails. People walk and bike on those roads. That increased truck traffic would definitely be a safety concern. Our crews up there work very hard to maintain what's already ailing infrastructure. Heavy truck traffic would compound this issue, and any work to these roads to repair this damage would come at the expense of the taxpayer. OR 22-131 will allow gravel pits to be opened anywhere without reasonable regulation covering their operation. So that means there's no noise regulations, no environmental concern. Gravel pits often leave residual negative impacts such as chemical runoff into bodies of water, loss of natural habitats, vegetation, and natural resource exhaustion. OR 22-131 with no permitting or regulation requirements also means there's no end game. When the pit is exhausted, there's no reclamation, just an open hole in the ground left as an eyesore for that community. OR 22-131 also takes away, and this is a real big problem, the voice of the people who will be impacted by it. They got no say. None at all. Just, hey, there it is, live with it. The Mat-Su Borough has so many amazing views and natural beauty. Let's not become the gravel pit capital of Alaska. I see no betterment for the residents of Trapper Creek or the Mat-Su Borough from this piece of misguided legislation. Therefore, the Trapper Creek Community Council unanimously votes no on OR 22-131. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Franny. Then after Franny is Marcus, and then Bob Lochner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Franny Christensen. I'm a resident of Talkeetna and a board member of the Talkeetna Community Council. I am here tonight on behalf of the Talkeetna Community Council to express our opposition to OR 22-131. This issue was discussed at length yesterday at our March 6th Talkeetna Community Council meeting. The meeting was well attended by members of the Talkeetna community, and there was unanimous opposition to this ordinance. The Talkeetna Community Council Board and membership continue to oppose changing the threshold for a CUP or administrative permit, as we did last year when this came up as well. First of all, the current level of 2,000 cubic yards has not been a problem, and indeed has strong support from within the gravel industry to leave it at its current level. It is reasonable regulation that benefits both residents and developers. There is no evidence that raising the level to 10,000 cubic yards would have the effect of lowering the price of gravel for the end consumer, as some proponents of the change have previously stated, nor have there been significant complaints from within the industry about the cumbersome regulatory process that currently exists. In fact, members of industry have clearly stated their own concerns in eliminating this regulation. In addition, our community in Talkeetna, like many of the Mat-Su borough, are largely dependent on tourism, and any changes to the status quo would have seriously negative impacts to the people and businesses who work in that industry. Additionally, there's great concern that if this legislation passes, residents could find gravel pits up to 10,000 cubic yards next to their homes, impacting the quality of life and property values with no opportunity for providing input. The current CUP is an important process that protects both community members and contractors. It allows for a process to take place where a contractor can present a plan for extraction to the public and various stakeholders can weigh in with their concerns about potential impacts. Parties can then get together to discuss ways to mitigate any negative impacts, and ultimately this results in a more predictive and positive outcome for everyone involved. Lowering the standard would have the effect of drastically increasing conflicts in neighborhoods and communities where extraction would be taking place, as well as having negative impacts to the environment. The Talkeetna Community Council strongly urges the mayor and the assembly to reject Resolution OR 22-131 and leave the current exemption limit of 2,000 cubic yards in place, as well as we encourage you to protect the process for the public to provide input. In addition, there should be more time for the public to consider the amendments that have been proposed at the last moment to this ordinance. Thank you for hearing our comments.
Thank you. So I believe this is Marcus Crowley. Okay, and then Bob Lockner, and then Andrew Traxel.
Thank you, Madam. Marcus Crowley, C-R-O-W-L-E-Y, just like Crowley Fuel. I'm a heavy equipment mechanic, so I work on a lot of this kind of equipment that goes through with extracting gravel and the stuff that shakes and rattles all of it. I see this as being a problem as far as for going through and extending this because we have, like a few of these people have already said, no oversight to what's going on. The gentleman that talked about MSHA, I've worked in pits where we have to abide by MSHA rules. I've worked around some of these smaller pits now, and they don't apply. They don't even follow this stuff. So there's always a hazard. There's a danger. I've seen kids get hurt going in and playing around this kind of equipment, these kinds of conveyor belts and stuff like that, when nobody's there because nothing's locked up. But going through and increasing this, we'll go through and just, yes, property rights and things like that are going to go down. Values will go down. But the big majority of it is I see it as a safety concern, most of all, because there's nobody going to be looking out unless somebody complains, goes to the state to get MSHA to come in and look at this stuff of where these people are mining the gravel. There's another place that's just right down Lakes Boulevard that's right alongside the road. Equipment's coming in and out of there. Dump trucks parked right there, mining off the side of the road. Do they have a permit? They're probably under the 2,000. But if we go through and do this, there's going to be more safety hazards involved with that. That's my concern most of all, is the safety. And safety goes with air quality, noise, and everything else. But the bottom line is we're going to go through and create more hazards than we're going to do good. Yes, we do need gravel to develop properties and things like that. I understand that. We need to permit and do it properly or not at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Lochner. I lived up here in Alaska for the last 50 years, lived in Wasilla for the last 25. This is very frustrating and discouraging to me not because I found out about it 3 days ago through Facebook, but what discourages me is how far this went through the process. It shouldn't even be on the agenda because you were elected as public servants. Public servants, that means you're looking out for the public interest. This ordinance has nothing to do with public interest. Has everything to do with personal gain. And why it got this far, and it's been mentioned before that it was up last year and maybe it'll be 5,000 next year, but it has nothing to do with the public interest. And that's what you were elected to do, to look out for the public interest. This ordinance is going to, for a $100 permit, it's not saying you can't dig more than 200 truckloads of gravel. It means if you want to dig more, you got to pay a permit fee. That's it. We're not restricting someone from digging 1,000 truckloads of gravel. It just means you have to pay for a permit so that there's some kind of accountability to it. That's in the best interest of the public. And that's what you were elected to do. This is nothing more than a personal gain ordinance that keeps someone from paying $100 to dig more gravel, excavate more gravel with no accountability. And that's what it boils down to. So, and the roads, one gentleman asked, I'm a current CDL driver, and I know what a dump truck can do to a gravel road. It'll washboard the heck out of that road. And anybody who lives on there, you're dropping the speed limit down to 5 miles an hour, no matter what the speed limit is, because it'll tear your car apart. And then it takes graders to come in and smooth it out. So this ordinance doesn't even apply to the public interest, what you were elected to do. So I am absolutely opposed to this ordinance. Keep it the way it is. My opinion, raise the permit fee. Because for $100 to get away with tearing up a road that I don't have to pay for, I'm there. I pay $100 every day. So raise the fee and keep it the way it is. If it's got an 85% approval rating now, what's the problem? There was a reason that other 15% didn't get approved. And I'm sure because it wasn't in the best public interest, which is good on that system. So I'm opposed to this ordinance. Let's rethink what we're here for, what you're here for. You're here to look out for the best interests of the public, not for personal gain issues.
So Andrew, and then Sean Riley, and then, Andrew, you're next. I'm sorry. And
Good
then-
evening. Andrew Traxler, TRA, XLER. 20 gravel permits in 17 years is a very small amount to process. The process needs to change. You can see by this number. The same as the timber sales process needed to change when we were before you when my business was. We now have timber sales. Let's make gravel available tonight as you did the timber. People do not like change as is displayed here tonight. Gravel is a cheap product to purchase. A 10-yard dump truck load is about $60.
Truck transport time, which is directly related to the distance hauled, is the expensive cost that dictates where and if a person that needs gravel gets to buy it. This change from 2,000 to 10,000 yards will cause more location options to be available. Since the truck time is the costly expense, buyers will get gravel from the closest location. This will result in the dump trucks traveling less miles on the borough roads. This less cost of truck time will also spur the development of more properties in the borough. The more development of properties is in direct relation to the RSA taxes that are paid that we have to work on roads with. If a person is purchasing 5,000 yards of gravel, the cost difference between hauling that same product 5 miles versus 10 miles is a saving of $12,500. 5,000 yards would be realistic to do a building pad, driveway type thing at your home. This is also the 5 miles less distance traveled that we don't have to pay for the maintenance on the road. Something that is interesting to think about when I was before you about timber sales was that propane trucks, fuel trucks, all these other heavy trucks, they run on the roads. So is the dump trucks. We pay for a borough maintenance contract that is to grade the roads for this traffic. It's just not right to alienate one industry. Those gravel trucks run right now. You're just changing the distance that they are going to travel from the pit where they're getting the material, and you're going to save Matsu Borough residents money because they're going to travel less distance to get the product. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sean, and then Greg Papagan, and then Nellie after that. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, assembly members. My name is Sean Riley. I live here in the Matsu Borough, right here in Palmer. I rise this evening in opposition of this ordinance. It's our responsibility to pass these lands on to our future generations in good health. Let us not be lured by temporary opportunity to make a fast buck with a blind eye to the future health and welfare of our fellow Alaskans. There's over 150 gravel pits operating in the Matsu Borough. This ordinance is asking for them to increase from 2,000 cubic yards to 10,000 cubic yards each year. This ordinance is asking carte blanche to operate without any oversight. This ordinance asks too much, too soon, without having properly been fleshed out. This ordinance will hobble this body. This ordinance will hobble future boards to effect change. I've served on a small town planning and zoning board here in Alaska. Our board was a forum that gave my fellow Americans a voice to be heard in regard to what goes on in their own backyard. This ordinance would take away their voices and their rights because it would circumvent the public process, which was put in place to give the people the right to be heard. This ordinance undermines the whole reason why we became a country. We were being told by a large governing body how we should conduct our lives without the opportunity to speak. Planning and Zoning Commission should be the venue for fleshing out land concerns for this borough and find its merits and its detriments on each issue, which could change the face of our fair borough. After the board gives ample opportunity to any issue impacting families on a land issue before them, then and only then, after the people have had been heard, should a recommendation be made to the borough. Also, since it's the responsibility of this body to protect the health and safety of its residents in their homes, then this body needs to be good stewards for the people and its lands under this borough. I do not see the people of this borough being served well by implementing this ordinance. Instead, I see it benefiting only a few residents and chipping away at my belief in the system. Therefore, I strongly entreat every one of you mayors of this body to vote down this ordinance. It's too much, too soon. Thank you.
So Greg, and then Greg, Mhm. And then Nellie, and then after that is Kathleen.
Hi, my name is Greg Papineau, Papineau.
Thank you.
Lived here in the valley for about 13 years now, moved up from Kodiak. Live over by Monckton School, probably about 1,500 feet away from Valley Block and Concrete, which is on the map. And occasionally the wind blows in the valley, as some of us know, but I get exposed to a lot of that dust from there. There is an opportunity, it could be, potentially for another gravel pit to open up nearby because some of that land has not yet been developed. I know a lot of it Turner's been putting in for houses and housing developments, but still potential for another gravel pit to open up. If this were to increase from 2,000 to 10,000 cubic yards, that gravel pit could easily open up and more trucks could be running. And I agree with some of my fellow constituents that the safety factor for people who recreate on the roads, which we do in the ranch all the time, because there's only one path now that was just put in last year going to the school, and that's it. It's a huge safety factor for people to recreate and other things there too. I do disagree with a couple members of the board that potentially could have conflicts of interest because they own property where a gravel pit could be developed or are currently in and have family operating excavation companies. I believe there could be a conflict there and they should be excused from that. The permitting process is there, like some of the other constituents have said. It's working now. Why change it? It's not broken. Leave it alone. Let it go. You are taking the voice away from the people who would have input in the subdivision. If something's going on in my subdivision, yes, I'm definitely going to speak up like I'm speaking up now. If it was changed and I didn't have a voice, I'd be like, wait a minute, I moved off Kodiak up here to retire to stay here the rest of my life. I'm not from Alaska. I've only been here 28 years. But I love it up here and I like to keep it as is. I believe there's enough gravel pits out there now. We don't need more little mom and pop places opening up, big holes in the earth. Businesses go under. Now I got a big eyesore, big safety hazard for people and kids maybe going to play. You know, if it fills in with water, people drown or who knows what's going to happen. That's all I have to say. But I adamantly oppose this amendment or this ordinance that's being put forth to the assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Nellie? So after Nellie is Kathleen and then Kybe.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me once again to come up here to voice my opposition of this ordinance, this change. I was away in Portland when I got the call and the message, and it just was like, what? Not again. Didn't we just go through this? But here we are. So I'm here to oppose, just as everybody else had said. I don't think I have to repeat it. Pretty much the main thing was to take away our rights and the voice of the people. We have elected all of you up here to best protect our interests and keep us safe. And this is something that I think each of you have to make a honest decision about. And we're trusting each and every one of you all to do that. More or less, this is basically a personal interest versus an industrial interest. I think there's some people up there, honestly, that want to make a profit and just not willing to come forth and say it. So let's cut corners. I don't think it's a good idea. I think you guys need to understand that we are trusting you to make healthy decisions and management decisions about the valley and the constituents that you all have. I'm going to say in relation to this, I look at it as when I went to downtown Portland, it was a disaster because the governance is not for the people, but to just give, it was just not a healthy site. So when you think about making these decisions, I really urge you to vote no. There's a lot of people out here who made some good remarks. I'm not going to go over it because so many people have already done so. But just know that the public needs you to make the right decision, and I oppose this. Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't get that lady's name. What was that lady's name?
Nellie. One last name, Nellie.
You can state it for the
My
record.
name's Nellie Hanasak, Hanousek. Thank you.
Thanks, Nellie. Okay, so Kathleen?
You ready?
Well, nope. There you go.
I'm Kathleen Kahneman, Kahneman, Koeneman, and I am a water operator in the 49er subdivision. And in 2021, we fought the Sylvan Pit, which was a huge deal for us. And I am opposed to this gravel legislation. And we, the people of the Mat-Su Borough, should always have a voice in the things that are happening in our communities. And that's it, basically, because everybody else said everything else, and I don't like public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kaibi's next, then Jackie, and then Connie Willard.
Hi, my name is Kaibi Lucas. Thank you to the mayor and all the assembly members. Unlike many of the people who've spoken here, I was not born here, but I got here as quick as I could. You've heard, I'm opposed to this legislation the way it's written. Full disclosure, I haven't read the amendments. You've heard about concerns about the water tables, the traffic, the safety, wear and tear on the roads. I'm a local realtor, and my concern is for quality of life for the residents. I wish I owned a gravel pit, but like gun ranges and some other things that disturb the quality of life of the residents, I think there's a place for them. And I think this will open up to, as somebody said, the wild, wild west. My biggest concern is the impact on property values and the lack of public input and oversight. So I would urge you to vote against this the way it's written. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Jackie, Connie, and then Joy Bruns.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Jackie Ivy Goforth. I moved here in the year 2000. Actually, I was up here in the year 2000 checking out Alaska to see how I liked it, and I got promoted. And I moved here in the year 2001, and so I'm a mother of 6 children. I was a retired government person, but I am just a romance writer after all. And when I got here, in 2001, the real estate market was very tight. If you saw, I didn't want to live in Anchorage. I wanted my children raised in the valley. My job was in Anchorage. If you saw a house you liked, you had to put your money on it right away because it was sold 3 hours later. It was that bad. And I want you to know that we went and saw a house above the gravel pit where the bowling alley is, and I ixnayed it right away, although my sons and my husband were all for it, thinking of dirt bike, activities. No way. Well, I was just a romance writer. I had nothing to do with government until about 3 years ago. I live over by the high school, and the company that had the contract to remove snow all of a sudden decided to remove all the snow from Palmer into that lot now that's to the west of the high school. There's a little computer business there now. So all day long, every 15 minutes, there was a dump truck coming through the neighborhood. Every 15 minutes, and it stopped at 10. And I thought, wow, that's good. Well, at 11 is when the backhoe started. And I don't know if you know what backhoes sound like when they're working all night. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, I had to get up at 3:30 in the morning. I finally called the police officer at 2 and asked him if that was okay in a neighborhood. And he went and checked. And you know what he told me? They have a contract and you have no say. I have no say. This gravel pit thing takes it 5 times more. 5 times. 5 times with no say from anybody on what they think if the whole neighborhood decides to become a gravel pit. Unbelievable. I found out about this 3 days ago on Facebook also. And so since now I'm very politically active, because if you sleep, you never know what the heck might happen, I'm here to completely tell you I'm against it, and everybody I can talk to will be against it too. Thank you.
So Connie, Joy, and then Mark.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm
You can
Connie
pull that
Woolard.
down a little bit if you feel more comfortable. There you
I'm
are.
Connie Woolard. I live in Palmer. I've lived in Alaska since 1956. I love it here. And I love the valley. I love Palmer. And I am opposed to this because I feel like people should have a say on what happens in their neighborhood. I'm not going to repeat all the wonderful comments that have already been made, but I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy, Joy. And then Mark, and then David Miller.
Hi, I'm Joy Bruns, Bruns is my last name. I do appreciate the amendments that have been brought forward, but my comments are to the original proposal from Mr. Two, basically. This is really totally from the heart. I wrote notes because I'll lose my place. I'd like to stress to you, and by the way, did I say good evening? I meant to. Good evening. I really did. I'd like to stress to you that we, all of us, we are all the Mat-Su Valley. We are the Mat-Su community. It's all of us. And our property taxes largely support our community from all of our homeowners. And we should have a voice on something that can affect our home values and our quality of life. Some of us here, which one person did mention, some of us here worked hard to stop the Sylvan pit on Sylvan Road. When we were doing our research on that proposal, we came to understand that at that time, which is only about a year ago, there were 80 to 100 working gravel pits in the valley. The difference in number is, like it's been mentioned, it's hard to keep track of exact numbers, but that was the scope our research found out. 80 to 100 working gravel pits already. I've seen the scars of many gravel pits around the valley, and something I don't see much of is reclamation. There are requirements to pits, and I appreciate those, but I don't really see a lot of follow through. One of the ones that was mentioned was behind the bowling alley. That cliff of gravel that's absolutely sheer with houses hanging on the edge. I don't know how that happened, and I don't know the details, but it's a real eyesore. Do you know what I don't know if you know the one I'm talking about. It's near the bowling alley right off Palmer-Wasilla Highway. I've seen several places that look like that. Where was the reclamation on that? They had to finally put up a chain link fence that I noticed recently because the houses are, ended up right on the edge of a cliff from gravel extraction. I think that was awful. I'd like to see more effort to improve how our community looks. I really would. And I'm concerned that easing regulatory oversight is not the right direction to achieve this. We need to ensure that the public has a voice, and this is what is, being attempted to take that away from us. We should have a voice on what's going on in our neighborhoods. And we really appreciate tonight, being able to come up here and speak. And we really don't want to lose that right. So I ask you to vote no for that proposal. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank
Yeah,
you.
too. So Mark, then David Miller, then Robin Baumgartner.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Mark Masteller. I guess I'd describe myself as Greater Palmer area, like off a higher road area. I'm opposed to this ordinance as written, as many others are. My most egregious problem with it is cutting the public out of the process. eliminating the voice of neighboring property owners and community councils when there's a potential significant local impact. Extraction of 10,000 cubic yards annually means somebody's, 1,000 trips or trucks, but that's 2,000 trips in and out of that pit. That's got impacts on traffic, dust, noise, road damage. You've heard other things. And for me, most importantly, property values. A borough permit process ensures operators have a good reclamation plan and don't leave dangerous steep slopes. An exempt pit can go into any neighborhood without public input, standards, review, or a reclamation plan. That's not good governance nor neighborly behavior. Any reputable operator should be able to make an effective case to the local community for their operations. As written, this ordinance guarantees acrimony and public distrust of borough processes. Finally, as our representatives, it's your job to ensure we, the citizens, have a voice in things that potentially impact our neighborhoods. So I would urge you to vote this ordinance down. Thank you.
So David, Robin, and then Steve Edwards.
Madam Mayor, it's good to be with you,
Good to see
Assemblymen, Assemblywomen. My name is David Miller. Welcome our new Assemblyman Fonoff, and I want to recognize my Assemblyman Tim Hell. Good to have your service. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of quick comments. I want to just piggyback on a couple of things that have been said, particularly that I love being in this valley. I love this area. I kind of agree with those who came in a little later that, the only regret that I've got moving here is that I didn't do it about 20 years earlier. And now I'm at, I used to say that earlier on, and now it's, more than that. So I'm pushing 30 years earlier. But there's been a lot of good participation and great insights tonight. I love this process. I love being able to see the democratic process work. But I also want to warn that the democratic process is not for everybody to regulate their neighbor on everything as well. So before everybody judges where I'm going with this, I want to just say that we're intersecting here the private property component with the public interest component. I don't know where that exactly intersects, and it's going to be the right place to be. I do like the fact that there is the ability to access private gravel for those in those cases where it's needed. I am the president of the Mat-Su Home Builders Association this year. I'm a builder, I'm a developer. I understand the importance of having access to gravel in a relatively short distance for keeping the cost of housing down. But as a builder, I also am very attuned to the quality of life and the importance of having a desirable place to build. And I recognize that nobody wants to hear beeping of a backhoe at the time they're writing their romance novel. And so, I guess the challenge that we've got here tonight, and I've briefly read through the proposal. I really believe that Assemblyman 2 understands that there is a need there. I actually really hope that we don't continue to heap on negatives on him. I really think that there's not just this greed self. I talked with him after this was proposed last year, and I recognized what he was trying to do. Him bringing this forward is not about greed for him. It is about a need, and there is a need, but it needs to be done right. And I guess what I would say, because I'm running out of time, is that ultimately what we need to do, in my opinion, is, and I appreciate the amendments, but we need to make sure that we do not let this go too far without wisdom, but we do need it. And I want to embrace the amendments that Assemblyman Yunt produced, and I think that it's very important that we do have that in place, and the other amendments as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin, and then Stephen, and then Lucinda Ziegler.
one of the short ones.
Yes.
I'm Robin Bumgardner, Bumgardner, and I'm against it wholeheartedly. And for all the reasons everybody's given you, but a few extras too. I'm lucky enough to live in Crimson View Estates, and we do have a neighbor that is a gravel pit. It's Alaska Sand and Gravel, and I believe they're one of the oldest ones out here and one of the largest. And they have stepped on toes, but they've always stepped up to fix it for us, and we've been very thankful for that. They attend our meetings every year to make sure we're happy, take suggestions. Now, if everybody did that, we'd probably have a lot more people going, please do it. But in your own words here, it says, whereas raising the exemption limit will allow citizens and owners of gravel resources to use and develop the resources without unnecessary regulations and expense. Excuse me, there is no unnecessary regulations. We all need regulations if we're running a business. I ran a daycare for 7 years. And I had regulations and I wouldn't have wanted to do it without it. So I don't know why they think that it's okay to give these people carte blanche to do it. I can't see that we can live with these. I watch the trucks come and go from this big one, and I know I watch them come from smaller ones around us. We have 3 others that are trying to come in, and they're on roads that cannot handle it. Our roads are falling apart. I've been to the meetings here on roads already, and I know who pays for those roads to be fixed now. I learned a lesson, and it's our taxes on our property that pay for that, not these people who are running them up and down there. So I want you to understand it's really us that needs the help. Like we said, we put you in office and we like you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have put you there. Please give us a chance to support you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Steve Edwards, there you are. And then Lucinda, and then Christy Short.
Hi, Stephen Edwards, EDWARDS, born in Glen Allen, lived here my whole life. So I love gravel, absolutely love gravel. I've got more than 1,000 yards of it under my house. And like others, we've recognized the need for gravel. I've got all mine from either grandfathered or permitted pits. Kind of complained about the amount of truck time, but it was over and done. And, now I don't need any more gravel, except for maybe a load here or there. So who is this benefiting? I can only think of 2 groups. People that have gravel over 2,000 yards, they want to sell that. And they don't want to mess around with a permit. So if the permit's broken, let's fix the permit. But if the permit's not broken, then leave it as it is. That's one group. The other group is people that haul a lot of gravel, not just once like me, but every day or every week. They might haul a lot of gravel. So that's the only other group. Everyone else probably doesn't want this, as we've heard tonight. So the original legislation was absolutely abysmal. It was intolerable. So I really want to commend Rob for bringing up the amendment, and Stephanie for yours. Adding those 2 together go a long ways toward helping. Yours is fine, Ron. They help. I've had 3 problems with them. They're words that speak to what the concerns are tonight. They speak to that. But the 3 problems are there's nothing about the road impacts. You missed that one. And I'm hoping at least that you looked through my 1-page resolution that we passed on the road board. Those concerns are real. They're costs that we have to pay for with our RSI taxes. And if I come to need more RSA mill rate and come before this body, maybe it's because we're adding too much cost. So we need to address those road concerns. They're real concerns, unanimously passed by the road board. The second one is enforcement. These are all great concepts, Rob, Stephanie, but what's the mechanism for enforcement on these? You can't go on this private property and check the water table depth. You can't go measure the bank angles. You could maybe do the hours, and the distance is a great addition. The spacing, screening is quite noisy. So, you know, there's an enforcement problem with these. The permit process, they take away the permit if you don't comply. So that's why I like the permit process. This has got, just one more second. And the last one, the third one is the public process. We've got this amendment. Good start. We could work on this, but let's go back to the planning commission, let them look at it, and then go back to the public, the community councils that we haven't heard, the road board, and let us look at these amendment items, not just vote on it tonight. So thank you for putting it forward, but just do the right thing here and take a pause on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda Ziegler. And then Christy Short.
Lucinda Ziegler, Ziegler. For me, this is like a deja vu. We've been here last year, about a year ago. We were in this same exact spot. The assembly was and here we are again wanting to modify the no permit pits, gravel pits in the valley. No permit gravel extraction has been defeated time and again. Constituents spoke a year ago that they did not want to see this, yet here we are again. No permit pits offer no benefit of better living conditions to the general population of the Mat-Su Borough. I just have a problem with the way that the gravel pits have been left. Like the one behind the bowling alley is terrible. The one on 49th State Street was stripped down, bare bones, and it's still not been reclamated. And it's been years. Same with the one behind the bowling alley. So people need to be safe. In the very words of the borough, the purpose of this chapter is to allow resource extraction activities while promoting the public health, safety, order, prosperity, and general welfare of the Mat-Su Borough. As a voter, my question is this: these unregulated or no permit pits remove almost all the natural vegetation. They remove all of the topsoil and the subsoil to reach the aggregate gravel, and the resulting dust, air pollutants, altered water tables, and zero reclamation monitoring do not benefit anybody's safety, prosperity, or the general well-being of the public, the citizens of the Mat-Su Borough. The ones that prosper through no permits are usually land developers and gravel extractors. The rest of us are left with the landscape subjected to erosion and water table issues. So the fact is that gravel pits disrupt the existing movement of surface and groundwater, reducing the quantity and the quality of drinking water for both residents and wildlife. Most pits they're just not properly rehabilitated, and the borough doesn't seem to care. Those are the true realities. So no permit gravel pits are not adding to our freedom. They are removing our rights to live in good health and safety. These no permit pits destabilize property values and expose the borough government and its residents to the risk of future litigation. No permit gravel pits are bad for the future of the borough, and I believe the assembly knows that. So I call on this body to represent their constituents' safety and welfare and vote no on this ordinance.
Christy?
Good evening. Oh, short people. Speaking of short, my name is Christy Short, S-H-O-R-T. I am here to speak against the motion or the gravel ordinance. I want to first say that yes, I am part of a community council, but I'm not speaking on behalf of my Fishhook Community Council. So I am on that board. I am not speaking as a board member. I'm speaking as a person of Fishhook. First, I want to say I agree with everybody else that's been speaking. I don't think I need to go back over all of the things about protecting public process and all of that. I was interested in hearing how industry has been affected, and I was really hoping that somebody from the Realty Commission or community would be in here, and that they spoke tonight too. That was really great. That neither one of them said that there's really a need for this to happen. I do like the amendments. I do like that there could be a fee schedule. I think $100 is a little cheap. I charge more than that for my farm tours. And speaking of farm tours, one of the things I do on my farm tour is as we're passing by the gravel, as I'm talking about our beautiful farm fields over here and this over here, we also farm gravel, haha. But it's the guests, you know, they take that with a grain of salt. I would like to continue doing farm tours, not gravel tours of our borough, our beautiful, beautiful borough. And with that, that's all I have to say. So thank you very much. And I hope you vote no on this. Okay.
So that is all the people that signed up. But as I said earlier, anyone that is here tonight and hasn't testified, you're welcome to come forth at this time. And if 2 or 3 of you would line up, that would be great.
Good evening. Thank you. I am Patricia O'Neill. I'm here on behalf of the Valley Board of Realtors tonight. So as it was previously mentioned, we discussed this at our last board meeting, and we are all opposed to this ordinance. I personally am set to gain if this passes. I have 77 acres. I have great gravel on my property, and I can make $60,000 a year. So I'd like to say that for myself, I could gain from this. But as a realtor, there are certain things that we have to disclose. So when we have a property we are listing, we have a property disclosure. And on that property disclosure, if there's a gravel pit within a mile, it needs to be disclosed. So as a realtor representing a buyer, it's very important for me to look at all the options, look at everything that's going around in a neighborhood, and make sure that my buyers are aware of that. That goes for deaths in a home, murders in a home, and different things. All these things have to be disclosed. And if this ordinance passes, there is no way to disclose a future gravel pit that could be next door. And that's really, really hard to sell when you're trying to sell the Mat-Su Borough. This is our home. We live here. We love it here. But how can I sell a place, and how can we sell places and tell this to our buyers? But this is a great place. I just want you to know that this ordinance passed, and next year there could be a gravel pit right here. This isn't for personal use. We've heard that. This is actually for public selling of gravel. And that really changes how we present homes and how we even present living in the borough. And I think that's a really, really important thing to consider. Another thing is we don't have zoning outside of our city limits in the Mat-Su Borough. It's unzoned. So that also presents a problem. If we had zoning and that could help regulate maybe where things were happening, that would be different. But this opens up a whole can of worms to how we sell properties, how we present this to our buyers, and to living in the Mat-Su Borough. And I think that's really, really important to note. One other thing is the road I live on is a gravel road. Our neighbors he's a dump truck driver. And we have had they have a couple dump trucks, but we have seen a change in the road since we've lived there. And since they've moved in, I was talking to our Mat-Su Borough maintenance person last year, and I was actually talking about paving that road. And he told me our borough road is not up to borough standards. So the first thing we'd have to do is bring it up to borough standards before we could even pave our road. So as we're looking at this is such a large scale of things that this could happen to neighborhoods, because as we know in Mat-Su Borough, there's a lot of roads that are not paved. There are a lot of things that this can impact. And we've heard of this already, but I didn't realize that my road wasn't up to borough standards. So that just kind of brought a new light to what we're dealing with and how this could impact our neighborhoods. Thank you. Have a great night. I hope on behalf of the community we live in that you guys will vote no. Thank you.
Excuse me, I didn't get that name. What is her name?
What was that lady's name?
I don't know.
Could we ask her? Which, I'm
Patricia O'Neill.
Patricia O'Neill, thank you.
O'Neil.
Thank you.
Wow, a lot of thoughtful testimony. My name is Jim Sykes. I used to be on the assembly, and it's so good to see that you're listening to the public. I really appreciate that. However, this process, I believe, has been very minimal. You're talking about making a major change here. And I attended the Planning Commission last night because they were dealing with it. We didn't have any of the amendments, and they decided to remove it from the agenda from public hearing. And now we're considering it here, which could be voted for and potentially approved. So I don't think it's been very good. And I went through the informational memorandum, and I just didn't see a lot there that had a lot of meat in it. I didn't see that there was a real need expressed about why we needed the change and what it would do. And I think we have sufficient gravel. I think we have a stable economy. We have good sources of gravel. And so to roll back essentially all the rules for what wasn't a very easily stated purpose, I questioned that. So I didn't see why the unregulated, why if we've got 2K that are unregulated, why wouldn't you have some regulation for the next step? I didn't see any projected analysis of what the results might be. What could possibly happen? What are the potentialities of what can happen here? I also didn't see any consideration about the downsides. And I think you've heard a lot of that tonight. But these are the kind of things I was looking for. I didn't see any contact with community councils about how they felt about it. I didn't see any revocation provisions because if you don't have a permit, there's nothing to revoke. And so one item that I wanted to really mention is what about the people who have a CUP, a permit, and they're down on the lower end of that production, closer to the 20,000 end instead of the 100,000 or the million end. They're fairly small, but they're permitted. What happens to them? I know that there are people doing this right. They have screened their property. They have eliminated a lot of dust and noise. The neighbors are fine with them, and they're a major operation with 20,000 yards. So if we suddenly get the rules gone, are they even be able to compete with people who are unregulated who could supply this huge amount of gravel from unregulated pits? I don't think it's fair to take away somebody's successful business that's played by the rules and open up a bunch of new potential businesses without any rules. And I'll leave it at that. But I do appreciate your amendments, Mr. Young, because I think it's good that you've got those out there.
And then if there is anyone else that wants to testify after this lady, if you go ahead and move up closer, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
First, I'm Victoria Roberts. I am speaking on behalf of the Valley Board of Realtors as the president-elect. I wanted just to say a few words. I can't top what everybody else has said today. They actually all made the points that I wanted to discuss. But I just wanted it known that the Valley Board did meet last week and we were unanimously against this, just because when you're looking at, I'm nervous, so hold on. When you're looking at this magnitude, it really is taking it from a personal use to a commercial use. And so when it does set our disclosures, you have to disclose if you're a mile away, like Patrice had said. However, if you're not able to disclose that and somebody moves in, they could have health ramifications. There's so much, I'm so nervous, there are so many issues that can happen with this, not to mention the property values, but the safety, the health, the wells on neighboring properties. It needs to make sure that it's administered and looked out for. If it has a permit, then there are accountability in place, like everybody said. So I just wanted to say that. I'm out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you.
Assembly members. My name is Tracy Barrickman. I'm here as a business owner and as a resident of the Mat-Su Valley for only about 50 years. My question to this assembly is why was this introduced? How does it benefit the public? I'm not going to go into what everybody else has already said about safety, health, and everything else. I do want to reiterate one item, though, that I believe Rhonda Stark mentioned, and that is the wear and tear on the RSAs. She mentioned that, but what I really want to reiterate is there are a lot of road service areas in the Mat-Su Valley that don't have the money, they don't have the funds to fix those roads, and that's where you're going to see a huge impact. They don't have it, so who's going to fix it? We've already got a big mess coming up, and this is going to make it worse. This ordinance is going to harm far more people than far more residents in this community than it is going to benefit. I am opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one person coming, two people, okay. Is there a third? We'll auction it off here, okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good
Assembly
evening.
members, staff. So good to see you all. I'm glad I'm not here every Tuesday night. And I want to compliment you on you're paying attention. Nobody's sitting there with their phones. And that really matters, I think, to people that they know you're listening to them. It took a lot, Moki, to get me off the couch, but there wasn't much good on Netflix, but this is better. You know, I've seen a lot of ordinances like this. And I do support your individual rights to introduce whatever you want. We have a very great process. We have, our government is sound. We've come a long ways. Mike Brown's our manager now. A lot of these folks work their way up, so it's great. But all these new homes that you guys or you builders are selling, we've got people out there now. They're expecting to live in their homes and not have a gravel pit pop up next door without any notice. This is just going to cause lawsuits, problems, and it's a big property rights issue more than anything. So I would encourage the assembly to mend the number of yards way down closer to what it is now, or postpone indefinitely. And I would advise you, Mr. Tu, had a lot of experience with this. To me, this is a financial conflict, in my opinion, and you need to recuse yourself. Just step down before the motion gets made. Otherwise, I would expect somebody in the panel or the mayor to call you out of order because you have an obvious financial conflict. You and your family are in the gravel business. Everywhere I drive around the valley, I see your equipment on little pits, and they're not big pits. So to me, that tells me that that's your line of business. You were going to benefit from this. And if we're going to have a good process and have this ordinance not be thrown out by the courts, then step down and let the process happen, because that is what is most important to the public. We want a clean process. We want something, a government that we can believe in. And so I'm just bringing that point up for the record, should this pass, that if Mr. Tu participates, in my opinion, I think that's a direct financial conflict. Other than that, I won't keep you here any longer. I know how long these meetings get, and it's so good to see so many of you, and keep up the good job. Thank you.
My name's Loy Thurman. Thank you all for listening in the late hours and everything else. And I do take what Moki at his word for what he said. I believe you're an honorable man and everything else, so I don't think there's an issue concerning that. My statement here is legislation is easy to pass, but it's difficult, very difficult to correct. And so Dad used to say he believed that all legislation should be passed in odd years, and even years you cleaned up the mess that you'd made during the odd years. So we've got, this is a complex thing, and to be able to have your property wiped out, the value of it destroyed by somebody coming in right next to you. As one person said earlier, all of a sudden, how would you like to be able to have a gravel pit right next to you? That just doesn't cut it. The other portion that comes into this portion is the people being able to have a voice. Never, never, ever should the voice of the people ever be silenced. That is our number one portion that we have of our within our Bill of Rights. And when we have lost that, we have lost everything, because everything hinges upon that. So never should that be put out. So that should be changed totally on that portion. The rains in the summer and everything else, we have dirt roads, and with heavy trucks, you know what's going to happen there. It's going to be devastating in that portion. What percentage of the families really like to be able to have or want this? It's already been said with that, 85% do not. We have the most beautiful state in the union. We really do. And why do people want to come to Alaska? Because of the beauty that's here. And the valley is stunning. Far superior to Anchorage. That's without a given. So why do people want to come here? Because it's beautiful out here. And what do we want to do? Have gravel pits? No. Now, the portion is you need to take a little more time in this. In my perspective, you need to delay it and come up with real solutions. Proverbs says, in the multitude of counselors, there's safety, because of ideas, thoughts, concepts, and even a lot of them have been presented tonight. But the portion of here is you need more input is what you need. One of the things is, how about you can only have gravel pits that take off the tops of hills? Instead of digging pits, how about taking the hills down and then making them level with the other ground and it also being tapered? There's all different kinds of things if they think, and stuff. So, give it a little bit more time, because this is to be able to have the finances and the beauty of the valley that we have, to be able to have that devastated. Then what do we have then? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Larry.
Good evening, Assembly members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Mark Cattini. I was born and raised here in Palmer. I'm a Valley resident. I'm also a landowner that has a grandfathered right gravel pit on it. I am also a partner in a business called Flintstone Inc. We screen and process gravel for other gravel pit operators, and they also work on my wife's and I property. I am also a professional civil engineer that's responsible for my clients and also the employees that work in gravel pits, and safety is really top level priority for me. Mining, and what you're talking about now, is regulated by the federal government under MSHA. And when you cross the line and you get into open surface mining like we have in gravel pits, there are classes that need to be taken every year for your workers to be certified. Our crews and myself have attended those classes for over 15 years since these regulations have come into the Mat-Su Borough. And I always ask those employees, which company do you work for? And they always tell me they work for companies that have regulated, permitted permits by the Mat-Su Borough. Never once in 15 years plus has there been anyone in those meetings that work in gravel pits that do less than 2,000 cubic yards a year. And I got to tell you, the safety that we learn from those trained professionals is really important. And so when I see, and Mr. Yunt, thank you for modifying this and coming up with all of that. And I understand as a land developer and a builder how important it is to get that problem fixed. But where it says in here, screening, you cross the line from a builder to a miner, because those screening plants, if you could see, Mr. Yunt, the pictures that I see from MSHA of employees getting hurt in screening plants, you would remove this immediately, because we have to look out for the guys that are out there in this community working and they're not educated. And when they're not educated, they can make mistakes that maim them for life. And those pictures that MSHA shows us in the mining industry will turn your stomach if you see those. And I would caution you guys are, if you pass this and without having those safety regulations, you're promoting an unsafe situation. It's not your responsibility, but someday you might read about some worker that was permitted under 2,000 yards or 10 that got hurt in one of these, and I wouldn't want that on my shoulders. And as a professional engineer, I'm responsible to educate the public on safety. And so I'm really concerned. I think you guys need to hit the pause button and just know 10,000 yards is 4 of these rooms. 4 of these rooms. You multiply that by 5 years. 5 years is 20 of these rooms, either a hill taken down or a hole. That's a lot of gravel. Alex told you 1,000 trucks, but 20 of these rooms. The other thing is, you do the math on pit run gravel, $8 a yard right now. In 5 years, it's a $1 million business operation. 40% is for the gravel and 60% is for trucking. You truck out 50,000 yards over 5 years. You do the math, it's real simple. It's $1 million. Stephanie, you asked me how much it costs to permit it. We take clients and we go get conditional use permits. They're only good for 10 years. It's somewhere between $25,000 to $50,000. You take that $25,000 to $50,000, it's 2 to 5% of $1 million. It's peanuts. And for someone to say they can't get a permit with the boards that we have now at the Planning Commission, that's not a true statement. So it's a very small expense. And that $25,000 to $50,000, I'm sorry, Edna, I will quit.
Okay.
But there's a lot of professionals that want to do it right in this community. And I would ask that you hit the pause button and start at the Planning Commission and get this thing right, because you only have one chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the online. I would assume we still have people holding on, right? Okay, we're going to go to the online people. And if you have called in, that you will need to press *3. And I guess go ahead, whoever's first online, if you state your name, please, and your position. All of the testimony now that we're receiving is on ordinance 22-131. We are not under audience participation. That will come later in the evening. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Ruth Wood. I live in Talkeetna. I oppose OR 22-131 and the revised possible amendment. I didn't know Ms. Nowers had an amendment until it was referenced in testimony tonight. Given the extensive nature of these amendments, it is obvious OR 22-131 should not pass as is, and whether the amendments are sufficient or not, there just hasn't been adequate time for either the Assembly or we the people to consider whether they offer sufficient protections or need further adjustment. For example, Mr. Yount's amendment allows gravel to be moved 7 days a week. Should gravel pits operate and gravel be hauled from residential neighborhoods on weekends, especially on Sundays? The IM for OR 22-131 states that the annual exemption of 2,000 cubic yards is too low, but it cites not one shred of evidence that that statement is correct. The IM further states that the intent is to allow use and development of the resource without unnecessary regulation and expense. But I beg to differ. The 2,000 cubic yards annual exemption is reasonable. It is not too low. It is not onerous, and it does not lead to unnecessary regulation and expense. Instead, the current code provides very necessary regulation at reasonable expense in order to protect the property rights of the residents of the Mat-Su Borough. I say property rights because people put their life savings into buying their homes. We want our neighborhoods to be safe, attractive, and residential, not industrial. The constant noise from heavy gravel extraction and excessive gravel trucking that this exemption would allow without permit is not only obtrusive, but it's dangerous, and it does not belong in a neighborhood. It's disingenuous to imply the CUP requirement discourages development and use of our natural resources. If it did, the Mat-Su Borough would not be experiencing the highest population growth in the state of Alaska. Reasonable regulations are in the best interest of everybody, residents and developers. The CUP requirement provides residents the opportunity to give important information about their neighborhoods to the decision makers. The CUP itself gives developers the rules and allows them to proceed with their projects without having to deal with angry neighbors or even litigation. If the Assembly considers the time to obtain a CUP or administrative exemption is too long, the solution is providing funds in the budget to hire adequate staff to handle CUPs and administrative exemptions. MSB 1730, as it stands, provides reasonable regulations, and this Assembly should leave it alone. You, the Assembly, are supposed to represent and protect the rights of the public. We are your people, and this proposal is a slap in our face. Please vote no to OR 22-131 tonight. And if you need to, let's get a process to consider it and find out what we really need to do.
Right. Thank you for wrapping it up.
Is my time up?
Yes, it is, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
We,
All over the phone.
the next person online, please.
Hi, my name is Camden Yaley. Last name spelled Yehle. And I'm a resident of Meadow Lakes. Is my sound all right?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm calling to support maintaining the current limit of 7,000 cubic yards to require a conditional use permit, and as well as the existing administrative permitting process. Increasing the limit would seriously reduce the ability for members of the public to participate in decisions that affect them and their community. In the last few years, the Meadow Lakes Community Council participated in 2 different conditional use permits. One was approved and the other was denied. Both had significant public concerns. One project was able to work through the concern, especially regarding noise, setbacks, and recovery at the end of the life of the gravel pit. The other project was not able to address the concerns because it was in an unsuitable location adjacent to residential use. The Meadow Lakes Community Council Board opposed the previous version of this ordinance, and I don't think this version addresses their main concerns. Regarding the amendments, I find them confusing and confusing in a variety of ways. In addition to being kind of late and hard to review at the last minute, and they're unnecessary if we stick to the current permitting process that is working. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, this is Donna Massey, resident of Trapper Creek, and I also serve on our local RSA board. A couple comments before I start my testimony is please do not undervalue the impact of the health impacts on dust. You know, I don't think anyone needs to be told that dust can cause debilitating long-term impacts on people exposed to it over the term. Now, to start, I think we need to really define personal use at 2,000 yards. And is 10,000 cubic yards really personal use, or are we talking commercial? And I really think that you're looking at a business operation disguised as personal use. And I believe that is the weak point in this whole ordinance, as well as the process. You've heard about all the impacts, so I'm not going to reiterate those. But I'm going to tell you on some stories of how well the 2,000 cubic yard ordinance works in our community. Okay, we've got 3 pits that I know of that are private 2,000 yard pits. One operated for 5 years or so, had no problems, sold some local gravel to the RSA as well as citizens. He has since sold and moved on. There's another currently active pit that's been active for several years, sells gravel yearly in their local area. Again, no problems. There's another one here that's kind of my neighbor, a couple miles down the road here on Oil Well Road. He's a one-man operation. He stays busy all summer long, putting in driveways, cabin pads, again, 2,000 cubic yards. In none of these instances, and I know all these people, and they, you know, I'm pretty vocal, and they talk to me. We have never had a comment that I have heard that 2,000 cubic yards is not enough for them in their small operations. So let's get to if we don't have a problem, why fix it? It's not broken. There's nothing that I've heard that justifies this change. And again, I believe it's a personal use that's trying to come in disguised, and it's really a light commercial operation. Impacts, you've heard those. Please consider that all over the borough, we're working to make the MSB a place where businesses want to build and locate, and where people want to live and work. You know, is this regulation, changing this regulation? And please identify the problem that wouldn't.
Thank you. I think she stopped, or did we lose her? Okay. Next person, please.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is John Strassenberg, Strassenburgh. I live in Talkeetna, and I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to OR 22-131. The existing 2,000 cubic yard conditional use permit threshold and the administrative permit process strikes an appropriate balance between facilitating development on one hand, while at the same time retaining the quality of life that draws people to live and recreate in the Mat-Su. It should not be changed. The IM contains no justification to support changing the existing permitting threshold. I've heard none tonight. Neither the original ordinance nor the Yunt Amendment do anything to mitigate the adverse impacts of gravel extraction operations on our communities. Neither provides an opportunity for the public to be notified of and be heard on new gravel operations. The gravel operation could move right into the neighborhood, and folks would be kept in the dark. The public has a right to be heard on things that affect their day-to-day lives. In addition, neither the ordinance nor the amendment address the adverse impacts of dust, diminished view shed, diminished property values, noise, safety risks from gravel trucks traveling on residential roads, or damage to RSA roads. The cost, by the way, of fixing roads torn up by the gravel trucks would be borne on the backs of the RSA taxpayer. And the steps needed to adequately protect our water quality and quantity also are missing from the legislation. The Yunt Amendment does not improve the situation. It requires gravel operations between 2,000 and 10,000 cubic yards annually to be registered, meaning pay the borough $100, provide the site location, and comply with slope and hours of operation requirements. But the borough would have no authority to approve, disapprove, or establish conditions on the operation. There would be no provision for monitoring and enforcement and no accountability. Gravel extraction is an industrial use that clearly has significant impact on surrounding land uses. Some locations are suitable for such operations, other locations are not. It is the borough's responsibility to sort through this, to ensure that such operations are cited where appropriate and to mitigate the impact on the general population. But this legislation removes the borough's authority to do just that. I encourage you all to vote no on this misguided legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the line, please.
Hi there. My name is Celeste Everett, Everett. I am new to the borough. I've been here about a year and a half. This legislation is very alarming to me as I chose to move here for the views, for the lot, for the acreage, and to know that a gravel pit could be next door without my say, my knowledge, and my input. As a borough, I would hope that you would oppose this for all the reasons given. And I don't feel the need to reiterate it. However, it is highly alarming that they are wanting to take away the permit increase, and I see no evidence to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the line, please.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. My name is Sarah Mayfield, and I live in Palmer, Alaska. Oh, Mayfield. Basically, everybody has made every comment that I can think of. I am definitely opposed to this. Again, if it's not broken, why are we spending time fixing it? I think that there is some slightly nefarious plan by somebody who might have put this out there, because it seems to me that the only people benefiting from this are certainly not the general public and certainly not property owners. And that's the biggest complaints that I have, is that my rights as a property owner are basically being taken away. So I am very much opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Yeah, my name is Dewey Bitler, Bitler. Basically, I love gravel pits. I need gravel pits. I use gravel when I built my house. I buy gravel every year to spread on my icy driveway. And they are required to supply, the gravel pits are required to supply a lot of needs. I lose my rights, and all the citizens of the valley lose their rights when you take the permit process away and the public comment period is removed. This change would remove some of the few protections that we have for our property rights. I drive a truck for a living, and I have to get a permit for an oversized load. There's a reason for that. It's so you don't hit a bridge and shut down the highway that affects thousands of people. The same with gravel extraction permits. Permits are there to protect the citizens of the Mat-Su, protect our property rights, protect our roads, and our natural resources. Preventing neighbors from commenting on these things that directly impact them is government overreach. To take the permit process away is not being a responsible public official, and is not good for the people. It only benefits a select few. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak. My name is Rebecca Kozad. It's
Cozad, and I've been a resident of the Upper Susitna Valley for 28 years. I am calling tonight because I'm adamantly opposed to any increases in the exemptions under the conditional use permits of the Borough Code. I'm opposed for many reasons that have already been articulated tonight and in submitted correspondence. And rather than repeat those points, I think I'd like to take my time to amplify the extreme and unfair burdens on individual residents of the borough when it comes to enforcement of any type of exemption. For example, under a higher exemption of any type, or even as proposed a registration that operators would sign they promise to behave, I'd like to ask you who will ensure the broader regulations with respect to stormwater runoff, water table protection, hazard material, mine safety, environmental and species protections, and cultural artifact protections are complied with? What about borough code specific requirements? For example, even those identified in the amendments presented tonight. Will the borough provide spot inspections for compliance? Unlikely, so the burden of compliance falls on nearby residents. If a person knows of violations or issues that should be addressed and brings it to the attention of the borough, how will the MSP manage this report? Will they access private property to prove non-compliance? Is that written into the ordinance that the MSP retains the right to conduct any and all inspections on private property over the protest of the landowner or extractor? Or will the borough absolve itself of oversight based on this exemption? I have doubts the borough will undertake a vigorous investigation, such as including paying for experts in hydrology and other specialties to establish whether the operator has compromised the water table, for example. And I think that because here in Talkeetna, we have this very situation. We have repeatedly reported water table violations to a mining operation, and the MSP has refused to bear the cost of expert analysis that complies with its own definition of acceptable experts. When private citizens, then forced to raise funds to pay such experts, found that they had indeed violated, and these specialists attested to water violations, the MSP issued a blanket rejection of those experts. The MSP is unwilling to absorb costs of investigation and enforcement, forcing residents to bear this burden. I have personal experience with this exemption problem from the CUP that violates terms of an exemption. First, as a member of a neighborhood group, then as a committee member of the community council, and finally as an officer in a nonprofit that is currently engaged in litigation over it. I've been shocked how many times I've heard Planning Director Alex Strawn say the original ordinance didn't consider what became many of the issues that we raised. And the MSP was unsure how to proceed and how to proceed within the realities of their elected and administratively appointed positions. We already have issues with enforcement. And some of those I'm just going to rattle off. What if a landowner owns or purchases 5 adjacent properties, or they partner with others to purchase adjacent properties? Will a 50,000 cubic yard annual exemption in a concentrated area be allowed? I think that's the end of my time, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Good evening. My name is Amy Shackle, Schachle. I am a resident of Meadow Lakes. I am calling to express my displeasure that this ordinance has been brought up again. I see a lot of people have already said, you know, many of the negative aspects of this if it passes. And I just want to reiterate, this impacts the quality of life for our neighbors should someone decide they want to put in a pit. What's wrong with the current process as it is? I haven't heard anything that said what's wrong with it. I know I was involved in fighting one pit nearby, and that was a pain in the rump. And I don't want to have to, you know, have this taken away from me again. You're taking away the people's voice when we can't even participate in the process. I mean, yeah, you passed, 3 have been denied? Let the people speak, and please work on amendments that let us still have our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Yeah, hi. I'm Max Sumner. I'm a SUMNER. I'm a local builder, so as probably a lot of you will assume, I'm for this amendment. I've heard a lot of people upset about this, but I do urge you not, Assemblymen, not to make the mistake of listening to the vocal minority and ignoring the real tangible benefits this could have for the silent majority here. We heard from a lot of upset property owners about hypothetical perceived future harm. We haven't heard from any of the people that this would benefit, which are people that are not currently homeowners. I think this is a really smart ordinance. Loki has identified an issue that we have in the valley, which is high cost of land and developing and housing. You know, this high cost of housing hurts the workforce and the economy overall. I think a lot of people are misjudging what this is going to mean. This ordinance basically is just shifting the economics of developing land. You know, the scale that we're talking about, 10,000 yards, is really not that much gravel in the scheme of things. I don't think there's going to be gravel pits popping up on every corner, because I don't think people realize that at $6 a yard, 10,000 yards is only $60,000. It's not really profitable to run a gravel pit at only $60,000 a year, because by the time you lease a loader, pay for the diesel, and the wages of having someone in the loader all summer, there's zero profit left. All of this is really going to do is make it more economical to develop land and reduce the cost of housing. So I think that's a pretty smart ordinance that he's talking about. I'd also like to point out that, you know, right now there already exists things that protect the water table. Like if you disturb more than an acre, which anyone exporting 10,000 yards a year would be doing, you know, there are federal regulations that require you to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan. There's also a borough requirement to have a grading plan and a drainage plan if you're disturbing that much area. You know, those things don't go away with this. They still are in effect. I also, you know, would reiterate what Andrew Trexler pointed out, that overall, you know, there aren't going to be any additional costs to the RSA, because, I mean, the brass tacks and the logical thing is that people are going to be buying gravel from the closest gravel pit, which this means that there's going to be a reduction in overall in traffic on the roads, because the gravel trucks aren't going to be traveling as far on the roads. So that's kind of a moot argument there. And yeah, I mean, wrapping up, I think that this is basically just a smart move, economically speaking, to reduce housing costs. And, you know, that's the real problem that it's being addressed by this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Yeah, this is Brad Empey, EMPEY. I live in Butte. Got a few things to say. I'm not real happy with the CUP process. It just it's not hard enough. I mean, I got probably 8 gravel pits, new and old, around me that within a 2-mile radius, and you go out the end of Sullivan, where they had a big mining gravel pit out there. It looks like a wasteland out there. There's no replanting or anything was done. Most of them are still holes in where they finished the job. So then we got the one over there that the borough wrote CUP for, and Bodenberg and Old Glen Highway. It turned into a big old squatter camp for years, and the community cleaned up some of it, but the borough hasn't taken any responsibility other than a $10,000 grant for money to clean it up. I mean, there's feces and who knows what else in there, and it's going into the water table. You know, sooner or later it's going to get in there. And that's the same with the one that's by the racetrack. I mean, that 4 foot down above the water table, whoopee dang. I mean, stuff is still going to get inside the water table, and it's going to come right towards my house. So then at the gravel pit one, or the racetrack one, I found that I called up Kevin, or code compliance, and he says, well, we don't check if they're doing their compliance with CUPs unless it's been active for more than 2 years. I mean, you don't even check to make sure that they're up to standards before they even start. I mean, it's just crazy. And so, yeah, I'm a big no on this thing. And I don't know, Tim Hill seems to think she's going to make a park out of that squatter zone. And what are they going to do? Put a bunch of topsoil on top of a mess and just going to make it into, so people play on it or whatever, use it, get sick. I mean, it's just I don't know. But anyhow, that's my opinion about it. No, all the way around. Good to see old Sykes out there. Okay, thank you.
Next person online, please.
Yes, I'm Randall Ned Sparks. I'm president of the Susitna Community Council. I would like to speak on behalf of the council tonight, but I can't. We had our meeting on Thursday. We didn't find out about this until Friday. So I can't speak for the council. Our representative for our district doesn't feel it's necessary to communicate with his councils, his RSAs, or any of his constituents. That said, everybody I speak to, everybody I've spoken to, feels it is absolutely unnecessary to change this ordinance. So that's it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person online, please.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, so go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Brett Westcott, Whiskey Echo Sierra Tango Charlie Oscar Tango Tango. I'm against Ordinance 22-131, even as amended. This is near and dear to my heart. Traveling all over the world during my long Army career, I unfortunately saw the devastation of no free speech, no public processes, or the elimination of them. It was usually the beginning of why our Army was there. I'm against eliminating the people out of processes. Obviously, these processes allow the people to voice their concerns, and current code has worked for 17 years with more than 85% approval rating for the gravel pits with the conditional use, and most importantly, with the people able to be involved. Isn't it terrific tonight to hear all the different discussions and just the people that are involved, freedom? Why would you want to eliminate the people's processes to be heard, Mr. Two? What is being hidden? Why do you not want to let the people speak? Shame on you. You should be for all the people, Mr. Two, not for forcing them to be quiet. My favorite Army phrase throughout my 24 years in the Army is appearances are reality. Mr. Two, please recuse yourself and stop bringing this gravel pit stuff forward. Assembly members, please vote against this. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your volunteering to be Assembly members and the mayor.
Thank you, sir. Next person online, please.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Diana Irwin, E-R-W-I-N, and I would like to say that I oppose the ordinance as well. I understand that, you know, in addition to the ordinance attempting to quash the people's voice in order to be heard, you know, if this were to go through, the other problems that I feel are really important with expanded gravel pits, if I'm saying that correctly, is a lot of the health and well-being issues that come along with gravel pits that will be placed next to or are currently next to residential areas. It's very frustrating to me to, I enjoy our freedoms in the valley and all of that, but it's frustrating that we have such lax regulations when it comes to residential areas. We actually do have a gravel pit behind our house. I don't think it's active anymore, other than the kids like to go out there and ride their bikes in it and their four-wheelers and all of that. My problem is that for people that are health compromised, maybe have asthma, and especially now that we're living with the reality of COVID-19 as a respiratory disease, we don't need the dust. We don't need we already deal with enough of that in our airways. And I'm also very concerned about people's mental health when it comes to gravel pits. We have a limited summer, and people want to go outside and they want to enjoy their outdoor spaces, and they don't want to have to contend with dust and noise and everything that comes along with the operation of a gravel pit next to a home. The valley is so huge. I don't understand why these things can't be placed away from residential areas. And not to have a voice in opposing one would be even worse. And I feel that the way things are in the valley right now, we should focus more on healthy neighborhoods and focus on beautifying our areas instead of putting even larger gravel pits next to residential areas. So for those reasons, I oppose this.
Thank you. Next person online, please. Nope, that's it. Okay, so we'll bring it back here to the audience. Is there anyone that hasn't testified already that would like to testify? I don't see any movement, and there's still nobody online. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 22-131. Does the assembly want to take a break before, or pardon?
Maybe 3 to 5 minutes so everyone can use the restroom.
Okay.
But,
So
not
let's
too long,
do it.
hopefully.
I think about 7 minutes would take us to 9:30. So let's do that, and then we'll come back and wrap it up.
Deb Weatherhorn. Can I see you up front, please? Gotta hurry. We got two. We're missing two. Oh, there we go.
There they come.
Because I was leaving you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to extend the meeting to 10:30 PM.
Till what time? 10?
10:30.
Oh,
10:30.
you're an optimist, aren't you?
I was gonna go longer, but no, yeah.
Is there any objection to extending the meeting till 10:30? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then we are extended. Where's D at?
Well, we gotta move. Moki's gotta move it first. We're gonna go find D.
Okay.
I move to adopt ordinance 22-131.
Okay. Is there discussion?
I'm sorry, but can we give it another moment or two and wait on Miss McKee?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Should we sing to her when she gets back? It's her anniversary. Maybe she's talking to her husband.
Oh.
I might get in trouble if she knows I just told you guys that.
Huh? Should I go back and check to see?
We knocked on the door. She's in the restroom. Oh, okay. Brenda knocked on the door.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Anybody that can put up the Jordan key for decades that I have.
Okay, so Assemblyperson 2 has moved the approval of ordinance 22-131. And so is there discussion?
I'd like to speak on
Assemblyperson
it.
Nowers?
Oh, he'd like to speak on it.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So 100,000 yards is not enough to support a gravel pit on its own. More so, it will be a great tool in the toolbox. I believe that we, as elected members of the community, have a responsibility to and should help in all and any way to promote growth and prosperity in our community. This ordinance benefits us as a community in the following ways. The closer the gravel, the less the cost. The flatter the land, the more houses can be built. The more houses that can be built, the more jobs and the more taxes. This would provide an ability to buy gravel on the spot for road building and developers. Trucking, the closer the gravel, the less the miles on the roads. By passing this, it will make a faster process to do dirt work. This will help when you have a distressed piece of undeveloped property that isn't developed yet due to the cost savings. Help in the growth of our community. We need to help the next generation stay and prosper here at home to help with good opportunities to make a good living. I humbly ask my fellow assembly people to join me in supporting this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, so, were you ahead of, was it, okay, okay, let's go ahead. Assembly person Hours.
Couple issues with this, and I really appreciate all the testimony tonight, and I'm sorry that people had to take time out of their busy lives to come down here, because I don't think we should have ever been here. This ordinance as proposed ignores the impact that gravel pits can have, significant impacts on our neighborhoods, our roads, and our property values and use of that. And the idea that you would cut private property owners out of having a say on that impact, especially with no evidence that the current system is prohibiting gravel pits from going in. This is an attempt to cut costs by passing them on to the rest of us and silencing us from having comment and input legitimately on the impacts that these kind of operations can have. By and large, 85% of them have been approved. The other issue I have with this, and I think this is on us as an assembly, is I don't think that we should even be here tonight. This was poorly thought out from the beginning, and there was no justification in the write-up. So now we've been backing into trying to find a reason for this. Even tonight, the reasons for this have been vague and unsupported. I've heard people say we're short of gravel in the Kinnick area. This will solve that. That's a geology issue. Talk to excavators. They run into hard pan over there. Is a $1,000 permit going to keep gravel operations from going? This is not a gravel versus no gravel. This is an attempt to get out from underneath permit requirements that recognize there's a balance between a person wanting to develop their property for gravel and the adjoining properties that would be impacted by it. You don't get around that by eliminating the permit process. $1,000, I've talked to several excavators out here. They're like, that's a drop in the bucket. And when you look at the permit process that you have to apply for now, it's 3 pages. I got so many notes from everybody talking, but it's a checklist. It's a checklist. Do you have hours of operations? You got traffic? Hey, do you know where the water table is? Show us your site plan. And the applications can be as simple as something that would take you a couple days. Doesn't require an engineering or surveyor thing. So, coming back to the assembly and what's on us and not wasting your time and not wasting the time of staff. We have serious issues out here. We have no fish. We have overcrowded roads. We got some stuff going on in our schools. We have limited money. You want us to use your taxpayer dollars wisely. We used hours and hours of time on this issue without any support for why we did it. At the assembly level, we could have said, Mr. Tu, I appreciate that you're looking at this issue. Please come back to us with some justification and explanation for why we're doing this and some facts. Are we having trouble getting gravel? Is there a shortage of gravel? We're exporting 2 million tons a year to Anchorage, so I don't think we're too short in the valley. I think we should have a higher standard for what we send to the Planning Commission and what we send to the public. We should be able, in our legislation, what's the problem? This addresses that there was none of that. So I propose some amendments because this assembly has been intent on passing this. I did not want to see people, residents, the taxpayers who are footing the bill here cut out of the process. But I think at this point, given all the testimony, that we should just vote this down. And then if the folks who think there's a problem want to come back with us with very specific issues that you're having and how the legislation would solve that without silencing the public and without compromising the ability of people to mitigate the impacts on their roads and neighborhoods so they aren't paying the cost of this, then I would be happy to entertain that. But I would recommend this assembly vote this down tonight and then go back and do homework and come back to us with a well thought out proposal.
So when this came up, 10,000 yards coming up from 2,000 yards. And it's like, okay, what's the deal here? Why are we doing this? And it's like, okay, well, 10,000 yards of gravel at $6 a yard, $60,000. And 60,000 gross for a year is not going to keep anybody in their right mind in business once they have loaders and trucks and all that. Okay. They said, Ron, this is what we want to do is right down the street, you got a hill. Right down a half mile away, you have a low spot, and we're going to work this out to where that hill becomes a flat, buildable surface, and you have the other lot that was low now filled up and workable. So now you have two lots that are buildable and usable. Okay. There was no digging a hole at all. It was just flattened off hills. Okay. So that sounds really good. It's a win-win. Okay. Next week, we've got a planning commission or joint planning assembly meeting. What I'd like to see is if we can postpone this till the 28th, go through the planning commission, meet up with them, hash this thing out, and do what's right.
So did you want to make a motion or do you want further discussion before you make a motion?
First.
Pardon?
I'm telling him what date. He said the 28th.
Oh, yeah, right. It should be the
21st. It's the next regular meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I move to postpone this till the 21st after the joint planning assembly meeting.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Yes, sir.
I object on its surface. I support it in a moment. I would like to speak to the public process and defend our staff for a moment. I do support you in the idea of bumping this back for a meeting, but I would like to have a moment to speak if that's okay. So I object.
And then we have no objection. Assemblymember Bernier needs to withdraw his motion.
Okay. So if you.
So I will withdraw the motion, and that way Rob can speak to it. And then.
Okay. Is there any objections to the withdrawal? Okay. So go ahead then, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The
So
amendment's off the floor.
thank you very much. I had a lot of great phone calls and conversations on both sides of this, and I've really tried hard to put myself on the edge of the coin. It's very important to me when someone calls me, ask them, what do you do for a living? I want to see if they have a vested interest, right? And, no offense against the gravel industry, but because of limited competition, they have enough money to hire a lobbyist, right? So, and so on and so forth. So I've tried to put myself on the edge of the coin with this. I put a lot of thought and time and heart and soul into my amendment so that we could protect homeowners' values. There was a lot of great testimony tonight. And I'm going to amend my amendment tonight at the table or next meeting, whenever it is, because there was some great testimony there, and there are some things that we missed. Mr. Bernier filed an amendment that, I put a lot of thought into mine, got 8 or 10 things on there. I wish I'd put that on there. So that was a great idea, right? But what I really want to speak to right now is the public process, because there is a lot of confusion in the market on how this has worked. So when Mr. Two brought this forward, it was introduced. It goes on an agenda as an introduction, and people are allowed to come and speak on that. Okay, that's a 2-week process, 2 weeks of warning. Okay, then the assembly member, and I know because I've moved legislation, I've brought lots of things through since I was elected, is asked how long they would like for a referral period. You can rush those 30 days, 60 days, right? He did not. He asked for a 90-day referral period. So in all fairness, for people to accuse it of being rushed, our staff works really hard here. And they send notices out to whoever it may be. I have no idea, right? I don't know. But I do know, and you could ask him, or maybe the manager could speak to it, but that goes out to the public. And the assembly member did not ask for a 30-day or 60-day. Respectfully, he asked for a 90-day. So it's 2 weeks on the first introduction. And I'm not, again, this isn't my legislation. I'm just speaking to the process and defending our staff and the assembly member that brought it forward. You got 2 weeks of the original introduction. The 90 days is approximately 13 weeks. Then it comes back to the assembly again in another introduction. That's 2 weeks. And then the public hearing. So I was asked to postpone or delay this tonight. Do you know how disrespectful that would have been to our staff and the public process and all the people that wanted to speak tonight? This has been going on for 18 to 19 weeks. We did not start talking about this last week. So in all fairness, I'm all for it. You guys seen me do it with Susitna. I put it on the next meeting, right? I didn't want to get through it in one night. There was too much passion in the room. There was too many good things to talk about. There was too many good points to me that were made that we should plan for and adjust in the next 2 weeks. I'm all for Ron's idea of putting it on the next meeting. It gives us time to take a breath. But if we had not had this meeting tonight, we couldn't have had all this amazing testimony. So again, I just want to take a second and stick up for our staff and everybody that's involved in this. We're looking at 18 to 19 weeks ago, give or take approximately, that Moki first put this on the agenda. And so I do, like I said, I don't know how this is all going to turn out, but it bothers me to hear that people are saying that, that makes us all complicit in ramrodding this through. And I do not believe at all. If we had postponed this meeting tonight or tried to avoid it, or it was a 30-day referral, I could see that argument, but that's just not the case. And so I just wanted to take a minute to clarify the public process, the timeline, and really stick up for our staff, who I know does everything in their power to put notice out to the public when something's coming, right? So that's all I got for now. Thank you.
That's all right. Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the main motion. So I build roads for a living, and I live in Butte, and I really wish Butte was on that map over there, because we have plenty of issues with gravel pits out there. And so, looking at this issue here, I don't think that we should be postponing it. Perhaps it's an issue that we need to address, but from where I'm at now, and I appreciate all the hard work that everybody put into the possible amendments that might be offered to change this. They're very good. But it seems to me that we are reinventing the wheel for no good reason. We have a process now that works, and we're going to replace it with something that we're going to cobble together here at the table with very little justification, right? Like, do we have a gravel shortage in the valley? No, we don't have a gravel shortage in the valley. By volume, it is our largest export. By price, it might still be our largest export by how much revenue it brings in. We're gonna shortcut the public process that works for something that is put together kind of at the last minute at the table, rather than taking a really thoughtful, deliberative approach to whether or not we even need to change it. And I don't believe that we do. I was speaking to my wife about this. She's very apolitical, and the first thing she said to me was, "That sounds like a good way to trash your neighborhood." And I think when we talk about removing these regulations and looking at the unintended consequences of doing so, like, my biggest fear is that we have a whole bunch of these tiny little 10,000 yard gravel plays pop up, and then when the play is exhausted, the people move on. There's nobody's doing any reclamation. There's nobody's even keeping an eye on the property. Next thing you have, the squatters move in. They drag a bunch of junk cars in there, and then you got another Butte compound you got to clean up, and then that falls on us as well. And we have to spend money to clean these places up. We have to spend resources to go after these landowners who are, allowing this to happen. And I just see it as bad policy.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
With that, I would like to take and postpone this till the 21st
Mhm.
after going through with the joint planning. Because it passed planning 5-2.
Mhm.
And then last night they rescinded it again or came back 5-2. So there must be some merit to this. But I would like to take and go through planning and hash this thing out. If there's a need, which there is somewhere, let's get it taken care of.
Okay, so, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I'm going to object to postponing. I want to talk a little bit about the process. So less than a year ago, this proposal was made with 20,000 cubic yards, and everybody came out and told us all this. So the last thing the public expects from a public trust perspective is this body, with all that input, is going to come back with something with no justification for why we're doing it. So yes, the assembly voted to send it to the planning commission, which again, I think we need a better process on our side. We need a higher bar for how we're going to spend people's time. And staff are fantastic. They are following the direction of the assembly. They're trying to do whatever the assembly member
Can we
is.
keep the testimony to the
I'm sorry.
postponement, please?
So on the postponement, but I think the process is important to understand and how we're here. So what went forward until yesterday was Mr. Two's proposal. Until yesterday at 3:49 p.m. when amendments were proposed. That's the first time. So that's a little over 24 hours ago that all these other things were thrown in there. So now we didn't think this through at the beginning. So now we're gonna throw a bunch of stuff at it, and the public's gonna have to sort through all that at the last minute. That is not good government process. Vote this down and then think it through and come back with something that the public has time to digest. And yeah, I think that's all I got to say on that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I'd like to stay within the rules here, so I want to ask, may I speak to the public process right now? Or should I object to the postponement just for a little bit longer so I may speak to the public process? I'm not going to speak to the public process if we need to vote the amendment down, or
Vote down the amendment or vote down the postponement.
the postponement. I apologize.
Can we take a vote on that so we can?
That's why I'm asking the mayor
Yeah,
if I can
like-
speak to the public process, or if we should. I would like to speak again, but I'm going to do it correctly. So can I speak to public process, or should we vote down the postponement real quick? No pressure, Lonnie.
I was waiting for the mayor. That's it. I'm sorry. What's on the floor right now is postponement. It's not the public process. It's
I
the
object.
postponement.
I object to postponement respectfully.
Okay. Further discussion regarding postponement? Somebody has their light on.
I have my
down
light
there.
on. I'm just going to say I'm with Rob. I'm not going to vote for postponement. So if
Okay.
you're going to do a vote on it, then I'll just show you there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm opposed to postponement. I think we ought to vote this thing down, bring something back that is well-developed and well thought out and has a good justification. And that's.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone until March 21st? Okay, and I know there is objection, so if the clerk will instruct you all to vote.
I can get everybody to go ahead and vote. The motion failed with Assemblymember Bernier in support.
Okay. So now Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Again, I'm going to state this again. I don't know where I'm at on this whole thing. I've put a lot of time into this. I can tell you trying to stand on the edge of the coin and look at things. You know, I asked the staff for this map. I'm so grateful that they made it. I wish it could have been bigger. I feel bad that the Butte's not on there. Talkeetna, right? But they only could make paper so big. It does show 80 to 90% of the population inside of there. And inside of that big hashed area or dotted area, in 18 years, we have 8 CUPs in there and then 2 of the administrative approvals. So in 18 years, we've permitted 10 of them. So we talk about percentages, but we had an engineer earlier say that it could be upwards of 25 to 50 grand to even turn in the package correctly. I got an email from an engineer locally who's on one of the community councils here that just bid one of these packages is $18,700, not to include any of the permitting fees for other agencies or anything for a TIA, which is a traffic impact analysis. And I said, where do you think it would fall when you're done with the whole thing? And he said exactly what Mr. Cattini said earlier, 30 to 50 grand. So again, I don't know where I'm at on this whole thing, but we've been doing gravel for 18 years, I guess, and we have 10 in that huge area, right, that weren't grandfathered. And we have marijuana that's only been around 5 to 6 years, and we have like 60 of them already. And I'm not pro or anti. I'm not trying to pick on our industry. I'm just telling you, right? It didn't pass the planning commission 5-2 because there wasn't a problem. And I'm not saying that the problem's huge. I don't know where the answer is. That's why I'm fine with postponing it. But I want to get back to the public process. It was voted on. It went through this 90-day referral process with the planning commission, right? And we're told, well, we've only had a day or two to work on it since the planning commission took it up yesterday. That's not the case. They took it up 2 weeks ago. They brought it back up yesterday because somebody was trying to manipulate the rules. Okay. And then the idea that us assembly members haven't had time to work on this and we're just going to hash it out at the table here, that's not fair either. This has been going on for 18, 19 weeks. And the idea that it's okay, you know, we should give the planning commission their due respect. We have 2 separate bodies for a reason. We should not be casting a shadow over their room. It's disrespectful to the public process. It's disrespectful to the planning commission. And just because they got a member of the planning commission that doesn't like how the vote goes, they try to bring it up again and make it seem like that it came up one day before this meeting. That's not the case. They brought it up originally, 2 weeks ago, and that was at the end of a 90-day referral process. And I will tell you, I don't think it's good practice at all, or in any way, shape, or form respectful of the process for assembly members to be attending planning commission meetings and casting a shadow over their room. And I say that as someone who was asked by a planning commission member to come there and speak, and I told them, not a chance will you ever see me disrespect your body that way. The public process, no matter where this winds up, and again, maybe I'm trying to really drive home a point here and stick up for our staff on the timeline and everything. But I can tell you, nobody's manipulated the public process or tried to avoid comment. And that bothers me to hear that. Now, I'm sorry if some community councils were not made aware of this. I don't know exactly what the channels of communication are between the borough and them. I was told by staff, emails went out. It's on the planning commission agenda. It's been on our agenda multiple times with introductions. So I don't know. I guess, like I said, I'm excited to vote for the postponement for 2 weeks so that we have more time to get it right. But when people come in here and say, I've worked hard on my amendment, and I didn't start on it yesterday after the planning commission meeting. I've been working on it a lot longer than that. And in all fairness, the planning commission did not take this up yesterday. They started the process 90 to 100 days ago. They voted on it 2 weeks ago. One of the members who didn't win the vote tried to manipulate the rules and bring it back yesterday. That's what happened. And when it goes in front of the planning commission again, or anything else in the future, I would highly encourage members of the assembly to not go there and try to cast a shadow over the room. That's all I got.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion?
We're on the main motion.
We're on the main, yes, Assemblyperson McKee. Oh, and can I not have any clapping while the discussion's going on the assembly? I appreciate it. Thank you. Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, this being a public process and all, and the body that we are is to represent the people who elected us. And tonight I was taking down notes because I take shorthand, and I got the count was 55 people who supported it, 2 people were uncertain, and 47 people said no. I'm a former math teacher, numbers speak to me. And there were a lot of people that said, we don't want this. And not only did they say we don't want it now, but what have I been an assembly member for less than a year and a half? And this was 20,000, cubic yards before. It's come to this, and people have been out there talking about this. It's not, they didn't want it then, they don't want it now. I don't know how else does the public convince the government of the people that that's not what they want? I can't be very eloquent about it. It's just that I'm looking at the numbers. So as far as I'm concerned, they spoke. If the other side wanted to show up, why weren't 47 other members for the other side here other than, what did I say? 5 people supported it. If it was a really good idea, how come there weren't more people on the other side supporting it? Person wars the loudest gets to meet. Sorry.
Okay, further discussion? Is there anybody that hasn't spoken? that
I'd like
wants
to make a
speak
motion for postponement to the next meeting.
to March 21st?
We voted that down so that I could speak about the public process, and now I'm making the motion again to postpone.
Okay. Okay, so now the discussion is on the motion to postpone until March 21st. Hours first, okay. Go ahead. Assemblyperson Hours.
In my inbox, I had 63 emails opposing this and 2 in favor. And then additionally, I received multiple phone calls. So again, where is the support for this? And again, on postponement.
Please talk to the postponement.
On postponement.
Not for the motion. for the
Correct.
main motion.
Yeah, on postponement, we need to not postpone and come back with a well thought out process and give the public who spent so much time some closure and who's here tonight.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. My opposition to postponement remains, but if this body does decide to postpone, I suggest that we continue the public hearing until that date as well, to give folks another chance to speak on the amendments that we may or may not adopt, that may or may not be proposed between now and then. So I would make a secondary motion to continue the public hearing until that date.
Okay. So there's been a secondary amendment to postpone, to continue the public hearing also until the March 21st. So, yes.
Would it not continue if it was postponed? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Are we expecting then will these same people who have given up their entire evening tonight, will they be expected can they comment again, or?
It'll be a continuation of the public hearing.
That's insane.
So, okay. Further discussion on the motion to postpone
No, we're on the.
of the
continue
motion
the
to
public hearing.
hearing on March 21st.
I ask a
Is there
clarifying,
objection?
a clarifying question. So if in a couple weeks come back with some other proposal, would these people be able to re-testify on that? I guess I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead.
The assembly has never not let the same people come back and speak again on a continued public hearing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, would you repeat what you just said?
The answer
What-
is yes. People can come forward and speak again at another public hearing.
Bless their hearts.
Okay. My objection still remains. I think people have other things they need to be doing, and us too.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Can I ask, first of all, I'm sorry that my amendment didn't come sooner. If I hadn't have been in Fairbanks last week coaching wrestling, it would have. But with that being said, I did get mine out at least a day before the meeting. A couple more came out here today at the very end. Can I just ask respectfully that on the postponement, that if anybody brings amendments, that you please try to pre-file them at least a couple days in advance of the meeting.
We're on the motion to continue the public hearing, please.
A discussion on that.
One quick question. So as a secondary, if this passes, we would still be voting on postponement. And if the postponement passed, it would also continue the public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Just briefly, again, this makes for a very convoluted public process and tough for the public to keep track of. Go back, all gravel's been an issue for a while. Go back, come up with a good plan, and then send that through that people have a clear idea from the beginning where you're trying to
The
go.
motion is to continue. Please refrain yourself. Keep it to.
I
the-
believe it's related to whether we should continue this or end it or postpone it.
We're on the motion to continue the public hearing. We are not on the motion to continue the ordinance. So please, in reference to the motion to continue the public hearing.
Excuse me, but how do we continue the public hearing if we haven't continued the process?
Well,
It's a
that's the way
secondary amendment to the primary amendment to continue the legislation.
You have to do the voting on the way, in the order that the amendments were made. Okay, Assemblyperson Hale.
I would like to call the question, please.
Okay. Any objection to calling the question? Okay. So the motion, go ahead.
Is there any objection to continuing the public hearing to 321 on the secondary amendment?
Is there any objection? We do have objection from Nowers.
If I can get the members to go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment to also continue the public hearing until 321. It passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed. We are on the motion to postpone the legislation and continue the public hearing until March 21st.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale.
I would like to call the question, please.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question?
I just need clarification. I've never been in, so we're continuing the public hearing, but we're voting on whether to postpone the legislation. So we could, if we voted not to postpone the legislation, we could vote on it, but have a public hearing in 2 weeks? No, thank you.
It's melded together now. It's one motion. The primary amendment is to postpone and continue the public hearing until 321.
Okay. There was a motion to call a question. Is there objection to calling the question? Okay, no objection to that. Then is there objection to the postponement? Yes. Okay, so we have objection to postponement. So then you need to vote on that.
I'd like you, can you explain what yes and what no means again?
If you vote yes, the public hearing and the legislation would be continued until March 21st.
Okay.
It passed with Assembly members McKee, Hale, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. So that's done. Now we go on to the next public hearings. Thank you for helping me keep the people on track.
We are now on ordinance 23013, an ordinance accepting title to tract A1A Tidewater Stream according to plat number 2013-105 in the north one half of the northwest one quarter of section 2, township 16 north, range 2 west, Seward Meridian, authorizing the manager to amend a conservation easement with Great Land Trust Incorporated for purpose of conserving the property in perpetuity and classifying the property as public recreation lands. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, staff report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Assembly members, members of the public. I'm Joe Metzger, Asset Manager in the Land and Resource Management Division of the Community Development Department. I'm excited to be here before you tonight to speak not on gravel, but on Ordinance 23013, which is to accept title to 2 tracts of land totaling approximately 187 acres, authorizing the manager to amend a conservation easement with Great Land Trust and to classify the property as public recreation lands. So in the spring of 2022, Great Land Trust approached the borough and inquired if we would be interested in a potential 187-acre acquisition in addition to Settlers Bay Coastal Park. The property in question is located in Settlers Bay and is adjacent to and located to the northeast of the current 293-acre Settlers Bay Coastal Park. If acquired, the acquisition will connect a new neighborhood to the park and provide for opportunities for future park expansion. It would also increase the acreage of the park from 293 to approximately 480 acres. So to provide a little background and context, in 2018, the borough partnered with Great Land Trust to acquire the 293 acres located south and east of the Settlers Bay Golf Course. The land is now known as Settlers Bay Coastal Park. Great Land Trust purchased the property and donated it to the borough, and they hold a conservation easement on the property to ensure open space and habitats are protected and conservation values are upheld in perpetuity. Not long after the borough received the property, work quickly began on the park, and in the fall of 2019, the park was open to the public. Since construction began in 2018, borough trail crew staff and volunteers have built nearly 9 miles of multi-use, non-motorized trail, installed other infrastructure such as parking areas, restrooms, dogway stations, benches, an accessible bluff loop trail, signage, and in the spring of 2022, an accessible scenic overview viewing platform was completed that overlooks the Hayflat Inlet and provides unobstructed views of the Chugach Mountain Range. It's hard to believe, but in the fall 2022, Settlers Bay Coastal Park was the second most visited borough outdoor facility in the valley. I think that's a pretty astounding fact. That in less than 5 years after being open to the public, Settlers Bay Coastal Park was the second most visited outdoor recreation facility in the valley. I think it really speaks to the need of open space in a park in what is the fastest growing area in the borough, and it's being well used. And since completing, and I just like to point out that the other facilities are Government Peak, Crevasse Moraine, the Butte, so some big draws. And we're seeing those usage rates continue to trend upwards. So once or if the 187 acres in question is acquired, the property would be incorporated into Settlers Bay Coastal Park, and the conservation easement would be amended to incorporate the new acreage. While there are no solid plans for development currently, the new acreage would be managed in a similar fashion to the current Settlers Bay Coastal Park, and we envision future trails like hiking, biking, accessible trails for folks with mobility impairments, and more amenities like parking areas, bathrooms, benches, signage, potential bike park, potential outdoor education classroom where schools could go on field trips and be educated in the outdoors. The 187 acres also includes a approximately 2-acre pond, which is a unique feature that a lot of borough maintained outdoor recreation facilities do not have. So that being said, we're here before you tonight to respectfully ask the Assembly to approve Ordinance 23013, which accepts title to the 187 acres, authorizes the manager to amend the conservation easement, and it classifies the property as public recreation lands. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak before you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions or.
Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Like in Crevasse Moraine, there's no you can't operate motorized vehicles. I'm hoping that's true for this. Is that so?
Yes, through the mayor, to Assemblymember McKee, that is true. Yes,
Hallelujah.
The conservation easement does not allow recreational vehicles throughout the park. There are limited areas like the parking areas and whatnot that vehicles can go, but no, it's not motorized.
Are the trails being used now?
Through the mayor to Assemblyman McKee, or Bernier, excuse me. Absolutely, yes, the trails are being used. We currently have about 9 miles built, which include, they're multi-use. So you can hike, you can bike. We have an accessible trail that has a grade that you can take wheelchairs on and isn't too, is under the ADA standards for that. So
Are they groomed?
I'm sorry?
Are they groomed?
They are, as weather permits, they are definitely groomed. Yes.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-013, and we do have a sign-up sheet. And if you haven't signed up, we'll still open it up for general questions. So Patty? And then, let's see.
Here we go again. Yes, my name is Patty Fisher. It's good to be up here and be in favor of something, and I am definitely in favor of the ordinance 23-013, which authorizes a conservation easement with the Great Line Trust for conserving property for recreation purposes in all of the accomplishments of which the borough can boast. Providing recreation facilities should be right at the top of the list. When people speak of the valley, they remark on recreation. It is renowned as a place where people can live and enjoy the outdoors. That's what the valley is known for. And it is areas like Settlers Bay Coastal Park, which are the basis for the reputation that we have. I'm a member of the Meadow Lakes Community Council. We operate a sports field out in Meadow Lakes, which is open to the public 24/7 for 365 days a year when you can get down there and there's not covered with snow. And that is to the public free of charge. Given our involvement with recreation, I am very pleased and in favor of this expansion at Settlers Bay. The borough, I believe it should be the mission of the borough to provide and protect recreation areas. Thank you.
Ellen? Then after Ellen is Mark, and after that is Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Assembly. I'm Ellen Kazari. I'm the Executive Director of Great Land Trust. So Great Land Trust is a nonprofit that was formed by Alaskans for Alaskans, and it's been about 15 years now. We've been partnering with the borough to secure public access with willing landowners to places the community has prioritized. That includes places like the Bodenberg Butte, increasing access to the Palmer Hayflat State Game Refuge like the Swan Lake Trailhead and the Wasilla Creek Boardwalk, and most recently the Settlers Bay Coastal Park. And just as on a personal note, I'll speak on behalf of my late father-in-law, Sam Carlin, who bought his retirement home right next to Settlers Bay shortly before it opened. Sam was an avid outdoorsman and a lover of everything about Alaska his entire life. He had some health problems related to Agent Orange exposure during 3 active duty tours in Vietnam. So he was delighted to find a home walking distance from Settlers Bay. And he'd stop by every Sunday after church and tell us all about his week. And inevitably it came back to time at Settlers Bay and all the good work the borough was doing to build these accessible trails that Joe mentioned. He was out on those trails and enjoyed that scenic overlook, meeting with his neighbors and told us all about the wildlife. He was so appreciative of this park. And I think that being able to be a part of the team to help extend this park, to meet new neighbors, neighborhoods connected to it, places that our seniors and veterans and people of all ages can go out and enjoy the very best of the Mat-Su is such a joy for me. So thank you to the Assembly for your leadership on this. I look forward to working with the borough staff to make this a reality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Mark Masteller. Hey, I'm in favor of this one. This is a great deal. I have found Settlers Bay to be a great spot to access like some vegetated flat areas right next to the mud and water, which you don't want to get into, of course, but also some nice upland areas. And I learned tonight that this is the second most popular borough park. So I didn't know that. So a lot of people are using it. But for me, in the bigger picture, you know, what we want, and a great part of this is that this is additional open space and trails in this part of the borough. And I think it's important for us to have places, you know, local places for people to recreate, have trails, et cetera, scattered throughout our borough. And this provides that for the residents of the KGB area, which is obviously fast growing very well. It's important as we continue growing and trying to be a great place to live, work, and play. Parts of the expansion will also protect salmon and other fish habitat. And in my experience here, everybody likes salmon, right? Cross ideologies, we all like salmon. I appreciate the work of Great Land Trust in partnering with the borough and rounding up significant financial resources to improve our communities. And I appreciate the borough staff facilitating forward-looking projects like this that benefit current and future generations. Finally, having protected green space and local recreation opportunities ultimately improves our property values, which benefits all of us. So I hope you can pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Mhm. Sarah?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Brown, Assembly members. My name is Sarah Jansen. I'm the current Vice Chair of the Great Land Trust Board of Directors. And it's so exciting to be here because I have seen the great work that the combination of Great Land Trust going out and raising funds to be able to purchase property and then work with the borough staff who are, I'm sorry, really good at what they do. I had a chance to meet some of the staff members that I had not met before at an event out at the current Settlers Bay, and there was so much enthusiasm, and you could really tell that the staff was behind trying to make this the best facility that they could, which I also appreciate. So again, like Mr. Masteller, second most used facility. When this first came up in, I don't know, 2016 or 17, we looked at the map and there was KGB without any recreational facilities. So it's exciting that the park that we've worked with in concert with Great Land Trust and the borough is so successful. And I'm very hopeful that you'll agree that that's a great partnership and we should, really?
No.
Oh, okay.
sorry, Sarah, that
Okay,
was
that's
all.
okay. Gee, it was my big summary too, Ms. Ilani. Well, anyway, I hope you'll agree that it's a great, great park and that we have the opportunity to work with willing landowners who want to help make our borough better. So thank you very much.
Thank you. When she came up, I was just thinking of the former assembly people that we've had this evening. Yeah, right.
Well, that's true. We should
It's
have done
good.
3 or more ads.
It's good to.
You should be asked to come next week.
Yeah. Is there anyone in the audience that didn't sign up but would like to testify on this ordinance? Okay, do we have one person online? Okay, go ahead. Who's online?
Hi, my name is Camden Yaley, Yehle, and I live in Meadow Lakes, and I just wanted to keep it super short, but I think this is great. I'm very excited about this one. I'm excited to take my parents there and go do some bird watching. I think they'd be into that, and I really appreciate efforts of the borough to conserve green spaces as public spaces. And that was what I wanted to say.
Thank you. One last time, anyone else here? Okay, so with that, I will close the public hearing and Assemblyperson McKee. Move this.
We can have Rob.
Oh, okay.
Rob moved to
Okay.
extend the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Rob, you want to move to extend the meeting?
I move to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Is there objection to extending the meeting to 11 p.m.? No.
Hearing no
Okay,
objection.
hearing no objection. Okay, and this is in your area, ma'am? And so that you move for the approval of the ordinance 23-013.
I'm
Okay, yes, all right. Discussion on the motion to approve the ordinance. Yes, Assemblyperson Howard.
It's been a long night, hasn't it already? This is a great thing. I was really struck by the comments of the landowner a couple weeks ago and just how he wanted to leave a legacy for his kids, but he's leaving a legacy for the borough. And I've been out on those trails. It's a really neat area. And I see that, and that area is growing so fast. This will help contribute to rising property values and hopefully attract a real quality workforce to the borough who will enjoy having their kids and dogs and everything out on those trails.
Okay, Deputy Mayor? Oh, did we have somebody down here? Oh, okay. Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to just express my gratitude for the partnership that Great Land Trust has had with our staff, especially when it comes to the Butte. I have not climbed the Butte since I was about 17, but by all accounts, it is nicer than it's ever been. So thank you guys very much.
Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to speak to what I believe. This is a brilliant process, where the Great Land Trust, or it could be whoever goes and determines, or they pick a piece of property based on how much value it adds to the community, and they go through the trouble to purchase it, and then they partner with the local government. Really, you can't lose on this whole thing. This is a pretty awesome deal. And so kudos to Settlers Bay. I've actually walked on a couple of these trails, not the whole 9 miles. That'd be way farther than I'd want to walk if there wasn't a moose at the other end. So, but I have been on this property, and it is beautiful, and I'm sure Settlers Bay loves it. So it's pretty neat.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you as well. Great job. Thank you.
Further discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 23014, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $80,000 from the Alaska State Department of Natural Resources, Office of History and Archaeology for the I'm going to not say this right, I just know it.
Rebarcheck.
Thank you. Rebarcheck Colony Farm Rehabilitation Project with accompanying resolution 23015, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter into the state grant agreement and the agreement with the Alaska State Fair for the Rebarcheck Colony Farm Rehabilitation Project.
Okay.
Through the
Staff?
mayor to assembly, Cheyenne Handel, finance director. As stated, this is an accept and appropriate of a historical grant for $80,000. There's also a required match that the state fair will be providing of $53,333 to rehabilitate two properties on this parcel.
Okay. Questions of staff? Okay, hearing no questions, then we will go ahead and open the public hearing of ordinance 23-014. And Lamar?
I almost forgot to get that one.
Almost good morning. Madam Mayor, Assembly members, I'm Lamar Anderson. I am the project director for the Rebarcheck Agricultural Park, which is a project from the Alaska State Fair. And in recognition of the time, I'm not going to go into much detail. You will have the packet. Thank you very much for allowing us to apply for that grant. We were successful. The grant money will basically finish our restoration of the original structures, the farmhouse. It will add, well, it's going to replace the stucco on the farmhouse, and then the adjoining well house sauna. And we'll also, then the interior, we'll be able to use that for office space for a youth coordinator development. Again, the whole purpose of that Rebarcheck Park is to preserve the history of agriculture here in the valley, but then also to promote agriculture today with a special emphasis toward youth, FFA, 4-H, other youth groups, to keep them interested and involved in agriculture. So this is all part of that package. With that, if you have any questions, I'll try and answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance? We have anybody online, sir? We do not. Okay. So Assemblyperson Nowers?
I move to adopt ordinance 23-014 and resolution 23-015, and I can speak briefly to it.
Okay, go ahead.
And just another great project. The colony history is fabulous, and having this at the farm will be a real asset for the community and for the kids who are learning about agriculture and doing it themselves. So, thanks to the folks who have been putting this together for a number of years.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just excited to hear that you're going to have a place for the FFA and the 4-H kids to learn about stuff. My daughter was in the 4-H, and you know, the fairgrounds are a lot closer than the experiment farm extension center over there. So it would have been cool, but it's a good thing you're doing it now.
Further discussion on the motion? Any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk?
Resolution 23019, a resolution amending the scope of work for the American Rescue Plan funding. And if you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay. Alrighty, you're doing the staff report? Okay, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I applaud you. You found a way to keep the cities here past 10:30. Sorry, I appreciate you all sticking with us. So this is a follow-up. I was directed by the Assembly to go out and look for water and sewer infrastructure projects in coordination or collaboration with the city. So we met with the City of Wasilla, City of Palmer over several meetings over the past few months to develop projects that align with their priorities and objectives for their infrastructure that would serve the larger, like Greater Palmer, Greater Wasilla area. So this is in response to that. And what it attempts to do is provide 2 booster station projects, one for each city, in the engineering for an interconnect project with the intent of using that to then go for a grant application and would allow that grant to qualify on or score higher because that engineering or preliminary engineering would be done. So these 3 projects as a package leverage the available balance from remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds, which are federal dollars, with an emphasis on water and sewer infrastructure. So we thought this would be a good fit, an opportunity to partner with the cities to develop this infrastructure out. Since in the past, I've said the borough's not in the water and sewer business, which is not exactly true. We have a utility in Talkeetna, but this would help us out in the core area in terms of development and looking for opportunities to expand that infrastructure and ultimately improve upon our ability to provide for higher density development. And then I think the attorney's got a quick follow-up, but that concludes my update.
So Mayor, members of the Assembly, if you recall, when we got the American Rescue Plan funds, it was approximately $21 million, and it was restrictive on what it could be used for. And one of the things it could be used for, of course, is water and sewer infrastructure, which is the proposal tonight. When you gave the manager the direction, the treasurer rules were firmly in place. However, at the end of January, right around the time this legislation was being written, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals threw out one of the provisions of the American Rescue Plan Act. And that was a provision that said you can't replace revenue if you lowered your taxes. Alaska was a state that had sued along with 12 other states in that case. So that ruling fully applies in Alaska. So what does that mean? That means that all the prior presentations I gave you about the restrictions on the ARPA funds, that one is gone. And so while it is still legal for you to spend this in this manner and give it to the cities, it is also legal for you to stick it in the general fund and spend it in other places. You just need to know that moving forward. It was that court opinion came out. It was the 11th Circuit, it was the end of January. I found out about it literally like the day before this legislation came across my desk for signature. So just need to be aware of that moving forward. That's all.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing and.
I think nobody had a question.
Or do you have a question of staff, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So, did you just say that when we gave the money to the cities, that we understood that that's what we could only do with the money? And now you're saying that we could spend it on roads in the borough if we wanted to versus giving it to the cities? Don't get mad at me.
Yes, the Treasury Department has, one of the guidelines from the Treasury Department is that you can take a standard allowance of up to $10 million of this money and automatically use it as revenue. Basically, like in your income taxes, if you don't have to itemize and you take a standard deduction, the Treasury Department has said up to $10 million can be qualified for revenue replacement. And because of that court case, if your revenue replacement is because you voluntarily lowered taxes, it no longer matters. That was a pretty large change. So you just need to be aware. This action is still legal as well.
Go ahead, sir. Do you have follow-up?
Yeah, so as a body, do we need to talk about that and make sure that we still want to donate our money to the cities?
Right, I think we should
Okay.
go ahead and have the public hearing, and then when we come back, we'll be open for whatever kind of motion anybody wants to make. Okay. Alrighty, so I don't see any more questions, so I'll open the public hearing on resolution 23-019.
John Moosey, City Palmer. Doggone it, Nick. So I'm glad, he did give you some peanuts in between. So, okay, that covers. So understand it's an important decision. Just want to let you know the two projects. The booster station that the city of Palmer is putting in is on Trunk Road. Outside our city limits, it serves your borough residents. And the plan is to get water and sewer to your colony schools. So particularly that project, although we're willing participants, we sell water and sewer outside our city limits. It really does not benefit our residents. And of course, our water and sewer utilities just cover its costs. So it's not a big benefit to the city, but it is a big benefit, I think, to those you service. Also, too, very much potential for commercial in that area. You need water and sewer. We're able to provide that in the trunk area. For the other project, it is funding. It could be depending on the way it goes. And this is a project that we're asking for engineering with the city of Wasilla. It's a plan to combine our water lines. That will have a corridor between our two communities where the growth is happening, and you do have some housing needs other than everything being on an acre. It will help more affordable housing in the future. Now, project engineering will not design for that, but it'll lead to it. And myself and the city of Wasilla have been working hard trying to get grant fundings for this $30 million project that we're hoping to get through competition through the feds. And we've been working on that. Us together invested in that report to kind of bring to you. So I understand it's an important decision. This is really not a handout to the city of Palmer on these projects. It's really a partnership to help your residents and help future growth. So thank you for your consideration. And because he gave me some peanuts, I can't be mad at this guy. But he has a history of having great plans. The manager has great plans, and then Nick comes in and changes them all or says, nah, it's not going to work. Thanks for the peanuts, Nick.
Thanks.
It's always hard to follow John Moosey. So Crystal Nygaard with the city of Wasilla. And it's no surprise that we're very focused on economic development. We're focused on what employers are telling us they need. We're in the process of doing an economic development project at the city. And our contractor said, of all the SEDs they've done, we have the workforce, and now we need to attract the employers, and the employers want housing. So first of all, the city of Wasilla wants to thank all of you for giving us the ambition to have the city sit at the same table with the borough and talk about what does the concerns of our future look like. Most of us remember the windstorm back in January of I was in Mexico, but 2021. And we saw right then and there how critical our water and our sewer are. It's right up there with what the road looked like when the earthquake happened. We had businesses that lost water, they lost water pressure. And so I think we owe it to the residents here to look a little farther than tomorrow and see where can we build redundancy in our systems to have that backup, to work as a true partner, and also how to have some resiliency to build around another piece of critical infrastructure, which is our hospital and our medical. And that is the corridor for the workforce going to Anchorage. So when you look at this, don't look at it as a handout, but look at it as an investment into our two cities coming together, providing a service the borough has chose not to. And to look at housing, what the denser the housing is, the more it pencils out for the cost of what utilities, what it costs to build that infrastructure. This is critical infrastructure. The feds want us to put resiliency and redundancy up in the very forefront of our budgeting. So we ask for your commitment on this. Both the cities are at the table. You have both of us. Probably first time in a long time, we're working very well together. So please support us in this investment.
Anyone else would like to testify? Okay, do we have anybody online, sir? No. Okay. So seeing no one else come forth, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt Resolution 23019, and if I may, I'd like to speak to it.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
So originally, when this came about, and again, it was before the rules changed, as Nick said, this was something that Assemblymember Sumner and Nowers asked for, thought this would be a good way to use the money. They were correct. It's a great way to use it. In all fairness, though, and thank you, Nick, for disclosing, we can now do whatever we want with this money. And I think that's great too, right? So what I would like to do is take a moment and speak to why I believe we should stay in the direction we're in right now. We have a lot of refuse sites on the outlying part of the district that they get to take their refuse there for free, right? And then we have a lot of equipment that is sold from like fire stations in my district or Stephanie's to districts outside of our community at a reduced rate. We get the new stuff, we sell the used stuff to the outlying districts, and we really can afford to buy all those things in our districts because the population is dense, right? So I guess what I wanted to do is just point out that our districts do, because of the density and the population, do help support the entire borough. And right now, the biggest issue in both cities is that we need booster stations, which this would cover. And then also for redundancy and just really safety and water quality and pressure and keeping it all together, eventually would be able to tie the city water systems together. This takes it, as John mentioned, way down the Palmosilla Highway. It's not in the city. It's going to benefit the Colony schools. And all those subdivisions around it could possibly become more dense. It's also going to, you guys remember, we're building Matsu Central right there in the same area. I think that goes out to bid here pretty soon, I believe. So that's hopefully going to be built this year. But the city of Wasilla, we really, really, really desperately need a booster station, right? We have the ability to grow and bring more housing out here, and it is a competition, right? Like the city of Anchorage in the last 10 years shrank by, I think, 500 and something, and we grew, and it's because it's so expensive to develop in there. It is impossible to develop high density or hotels or anything like that without water and sewer. And so I guess like I said, and I wanted to mention too, we have legislative priorities here, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot lately. In fact, just spent 3 days in Juneau trying to fight for one of them, which is our road money. We have a big legislative ask for the road money. We're asking the state for $25 million. We've already started. We got some money already, that we're pointing towards roads again this year. And I do think we need to invest in our roads every year, which is basically where I believe if we take the money away from this, it would go towards our roads. But we have legislative priorities and we have good momentum in that direction already. And that's something I've been thinking about a lot the last few weeks. And, but we don't really have any momentum in regards to the water. And so I do hope that we can leave this in there. I think it benefits everybody. Getting water down the Palmosilla Highway right now, it's already past the city limits of Palmer. It's past the city limits of Wasilla. So it doesn't, it does benefit the borough as a whole. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think eventually if the city of Wasilla and the city of Palmer's water system ties together, I think it happens down on the main highway kind of towards the ranch subdivision and all that, right? So those are areas that could use a lot of growth and there's a lot of land available. It's just that you can't do anything high density without it, right? So anyways, I do, I probably rambled for a while there, but I hope that we can leave this as is, but yeah, thanks. One more, I move to extend the meeting to 11:15.
I thought we'd done it to 11, hadn't we?
15 minutes. He just went ahead and did it.
Okay, so 11:15. Okay, is there any objection to extend it to 11:15? Okay. All righty.
Got Assembly Member Hill.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So these projects don't directly benefit anybody in District 1 since redistricting took Walby away from me. But I do think they're good projects. I think they're going to benefit the borough as a whole. And, I think we should move forward with the plan that we have in place.
Assembly Member Nowers.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit of a repeat, but just to reemphasize, you're spending 1 million in funding on Talkeetna, and that's a service with 200 customers. This is our most populated area. And, I don't know how many, off the top of my head, how many thousands of people are in that area, and just the ability to build out, that's gonna build out. So eventually you're gonna want sewer and water in that area to serve it, to have the denser population and to have the commercial development. And I know already there's businesses in that area and people who would like to, that are in the borough that would like to they would be willing to hook up to water, because right now they're looking at expensive wells because they need sprinkler systems. This would allow them to hook up for water. We've got at least one guy off France Road there. He'd like to do a multiplex if he had the, ability to do it. So this just incentivizes development in that core area. And so, it just makes sense for the borough to start their own utility. We have Palmer and Wasilla. It makes sense to expand those out. So I think it's kind of capitalizing on the fact that the cities have those utilities, but it's a benefit to the borough. And if we can have that denser housing development, I know the businesses in Palmer struggle to have employees. And part of that is they're having to go far away from Palmer to find affordable housing. So it's something that would benefit widely. If you had more affordable housing in this core area, it would go outside, down to Kinnick Goose Bay and over into the Butte too, to have that ability to, yeah, for real. So I hope we'll have the support here.
Further discussion? Yes, go ahead, sir.
I think I'm going to support that too. I do know that we have over 300 miles of substandard roads here in the borough. And that's 300 miles of citizens that honestly, they're not maintained roads, period. But they are on borough roads. They pay property tax, they pay RSA tax, they pay FSA tax. And we're not, so we definitely could use the money ourselves to fix those roads. But I think that water, that sounds like a greater good. So I will support it.
Okay. Further discussion? Any objection to the motion passing? Hearing none, then the legislation passes. Audience participation. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. We're welcome to talk about law enforcement in the future also.
Just don't talk about libraries.
Library.
Library that's run over.
Oh, it's time to go. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is audience participation, and we had a whole bunch of people signed up, but I think, Jackie, maybe you're the only one left if you want to come and talk to us under audience participation. Yeah, we're on their audience participation now.
I hope I stay awake. Hi, I'm Jackie Goforth again, and you may know that 3 members of the City Council of Palmer were recalled last year because of an open meeting violations, which is code violation, and they were doing it on a secret Facebook group called Moms for Social Justice, and that was the venue, and the evidence was all the posts that they left. I happen to have some of those posts, and I want you to know that there happen to be pornography books in the Palmer Library, and they're probably also in the Wasilla Library. And the reason why is because of the Moms for Matsu Social Justice group again. They put out a thing that said, action request that your local library acquire more social justice themed books. Here's how you do it with Palmer, send in a request. Here's how you do it with Wasilla, send in a request. Here's one of their posts. This is such a great and also easy action item. Libraries are all about supporting the communities they serve and welcome this kind of input. We have the opportunity to help them see more clearly the values our community holds and the resources we want to help shape and nurture young minds. I want you to know I have one of these books. I researched it, unfortunately. It's the most sickening thing I've ever seen. It's called Let's Talk About It. There are codes in Palmer for selling obscene materials. It's 9.28.020. Anyone who gives away or offers to give away any obscene picture, pamphlet, you have no idea how obscene this was. I'm a romance writer. I write NC-17 novels. I know there's a big line between that and XXX. You have no idea. It had the instructions on how to masturbate along with all the photos. I cannot tell you how disgusted I was. And I know that there's nothing that can be done against the librarians, but something can be done against the people who are distributing this pornography. Those books were put in the libraries and the requests sent in by people who are trying to push this on our children. And I want it stopped. So if anybody in District 2 or Wasilla, I found 4 of them so far in the Palmer City Library, but the one that's really bad is called Let's Talk About It, and it is in it. I have the call symbol for it. Okay. There is no excuse. There's no excuse for children being allowed to see this. I cannot tell you. It's way too late for me to do this. But I've sent in a FOIA request to find out who did it so that I can, because the librarians might be free from being charged with distributing pornography, but the people on that Matsu social justice site are not. And I know their names. And I think you should be aware. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? No.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to say thank you, and believe it or not, Wasilla and Palmer's working together for the greater good of the borough.
Go Moose.
Do we have anybody online for audience participation? Okay, I'll go ahead and close audience participation then. We are at the consent agenda. Does the assembly have anything in addition to pull? Okay, go ahead then, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 23016, a resolution approving the revised scope of work for the City of Wasilla's backup public safety answering point. Resolution 23021, a resolution authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement with the Bolduc Woodworks and Excavation for the Point McKenzie Road timber salvage sale. Resolution 2322, a resolution to support renaming Cruzy Street to Warrior Street. Resolution 23024, a resolution in support of the proposed changes to the law regarding sex offenders and sex crimes. AM 23014, award of bid number 23046B to North Star Excavation and Asphalt in the contract amount of $496,500 to install gas leachate wells and gas vents at the central landfill. AM 23015, awarded bid number 23056B to Mass Excavation in the contract amount of $1,315,624.08 to construct a new parking lot and pedestrian trail at the Government Peak Recreation Area. AM 23016, awarded bid number 23051B to H Construction in the contract amount not to exceed $317,420 to replace the gym floor in the Dorothy Swanda Jones building. And AM 23017, acceptance of late filed and retroactive senior citizen and disabled veteran exemption applications.
Deputy Mayor.
Was taken off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting.
Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection?
Does that mean that all of this stuff is just already done?
Yeah, it's all been approved if you vote for this motion. Okay, is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda is approved. There is no unfinished business. New business, Madam Clerk.
Introduction for public hearing on March 31st. Ordinance 23007, Ordinance 23015 with accompanying resolution 2320, Ordinance 23016 with accompanying resolution 23023, and that is it.
Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for March 21st, 2023.
Is there discussion? Is there any objection? The legislation then has been introduced. Next item is vacancy report. Deputy Mayor?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendations as follows. Borough Area Schools Site Selection Committee, Bill Kendig. Library Board, Naomi Sweeten. Port Commission, Fred Elsos Jr. Trapper Creek RSA number 30, Jason Kresge and David Rittenberg.
Is there discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the vacancy report is approved. There is no referrals and there's no reconsiderations. So we will have assembly comments. So Assembly Person Tano, do you have parting comments, sir?
Thank you for everyone for being here so late, and those who stayed. I wish when we have a heated kind of debates like this, kind of how we had today, how we had very productive ones at the end. Maybe we could in the future ones kind of refresh so we can let go people that are just waiting here for a long time. I think it would actually benefit people. And then the ones, because you see how we spent 3 hours on that and maybe only 5-10 minutes on the other ones. I think that's just a recommendation for future when we know we have a lot of public discussion, things like that, that we kind of give priority to the ones that only take 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Do you do like the ordinance in numerical order? Is that what we do for like public hearings and
To
stuff?
the mayor, yes, generally they're in numerical order, but in the past, when a group of people here to discuss an item, the assembly has actually moved it to the front of the agenda. So that group of people is not sitting around all night, but you're saying the opposite for the other people.
I think you understand what I meant. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I'd be in support of that is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you feel sorry for whichever group is here the latest. Assembly Person now parting comment.
City managers are used to it, at least. I just, little follow-up, but there was a lot of, or a fair number of comments about reclamation and on gravel pits. And I know absolutely that there is a cliff behind the bowling alley there. And then there's other places like that too. I know I've done a little bit of looking at pits in it on the state database. At least it looks like none have been reclaimed or listed as reclaimed. And there's a property near me that's 100 acres and it's valued at $255,000. That was supposed to be a bunch of houses and a nice boat launch. And so I just think that's something I'd like to look into in terms of if there's an issue with reclamation and if there's long-term loss to the borough that we should be looking at to just make sure these properties are left in a usable form. So there's taxable value and use for homes and businesses. I just wanted to speak really briefly to manipulation and casting a shadow. I think on the Planning Commission, as on this body, it's anybody's right to ask the body to look at reconsidering its decision if they think that it didn't get enough discussion or for whatever reason. I think that's a right of people on this body to ask the other members if we could reconsider it and if they think that, there's additional information. And then just as far as casting a shadow, I think it's also every assembly member's right to approach other bodies as long as they are not, especially issues they think are important to constituents in their districts, as long as they don't represent themselves as representing the assembly position or, get in the way of quasi-judicial matters. And I know other assembly members did avail themselves of contacting Planning Commission members. So I would, generally agree that, we kind of stay in our lane, but I do think it is a right that assembly members have as long as they use those guidelines. And then I just am amazed that Tim has not been up the butte since he was 7. So 17. Oh, okay. Well, you're like 20 now. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
right.
guess who's going
Just
up the butte
last
this
year,
summer?
right?
Both sides. They're going to go up and over. and back.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the reclamation and the potential amendments. Reclamation means a lot to me. I think I proved that through the whole West-Susitna process, last year, it might have been the year before, but it's sad that there is no reclamation requirements or process for a lot of the grandfathered pits. I don't think, if this passes, I do believe it will be amended. And if anybody wants to take the time to look at Mr. Bernier's amendment or mine, I think it will clearly delineate that you will not be able to ruin a piece of property. The 100 acres in the city of Palmer are close. It might be in city limits, might not be. It's a terrible thing what happened to that property. It's completely unusable. This process, if it would have been adopted tonight as amended, there was 2 or 3 potential amendments there, it would have prevented all of that. And so I just encourage everybody to take an opportunity to review the 3 potential amendments right now, and then put some heart and soul and time into potentially making more. We have a very bright, talented, dedicated body up here. Everybody has great input, right? I think Moki's general concept of trying to make the process a little easier is a good thing. I think you have to take what the gravel industry says with a grain of salt. They don't want to devalue their property. I actually had a gravel pit owner call me and say, this is going to devalue my property. I wish I was one of 10 home builders in the whole valley. My margins would be great, but I don't think that would be good. I don't think that would be for the better good of the community, right? There's already processes available. You could move 1 million yards if you give it away for free. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where the happy medium falls, but I know that these amendments that were on the table would have solved 90% of the concerns tonight. I do know there was some good testimony, and I missed something that I would definitely want to put in, and I got that out of the testimony, and I'll be working on that starting tomorrow. And I promise you guys, whatever I do bring, I'll have pre-filed, more than a day in advance like I did this time. But and I would encourage everybody else to do the same thing. If you have amendments, try to get them out a week in advance, 3 days. I don't know, but not the day of the meeting or the day before. And so I apologize for that. I should have had mine out sooner. And that's all I got.
Okay, Madam Clerk, parting comments?
I would like to clarify with Assemblymember Bernier. Were you wanting a discussion on the Joint Assembly Planning Commission agenda regarding the gravel ordinance? If this works for you, I would put something to the effect of discussion of the gravel ordinance without putting the ordinance number on there, because I don't want to give an impression to the public we're acting on it. Okay.
Mr. Parting comments, sir?
I do have, unfortunately, a couple, but I just, a couple of things that kind of go, especially after you have a night talking about gravel, but 2 things that y'all did tonight that are really helpful. And when we talk about tourism and recreational infrastructure and investments, like the Settlers Bay Coastal Park, that's a big deal. And if you recall, if you read the 2022 performance report and staff in their 2022 trails report, like we're getting remarkable value. Residents are getting remarkable value out of our seasonal and on-call trails crews. So they did a lot of great work at Settlers Bay Coastal Park, and we just added to the real estate that we have to build that out over time. So that was huge. And I know it kind of goes 5 minutes, right? We spent all the other time talking about gravel. The second thing, the contract award for GPRA, the Government Peak Rec area, that's also a huge win. We were concerned about cost and having enough funding to make that happen. That's really going to set us up well for the Arctic Winter Games. But the reality is, we already blow out the parking as is. So that's going to be a really nice thing. It's going to be timed well. We had good competition, great bids, very competitive. So that was also a really nice win. And then lastly, as if we haven't had enough meeting time, we get to meet Saturday for strategic planning, Station 6-5. We didn't pick easy topics, so come ready and hopefully we'll have a good discussion. And I appreciate that. Thank you. I would love to be done with that meeting by 2 p.m. It really is going to depend on how much you all want to talk and engage around certain topics. I've got 2 key topics I want to chase. I want to talk some more about community cleanup, and I would like to talk some more about land use regulations and the comprehensive plan, because I think there's an opportunity there. We keep hearing the same themes over and over again. So I want some direction from the assembly on what you want us to do as staff. Those are the 2 topics I want to talk about. Obviously, there might be things you want to talk about. So we're going to tee up those conversations, because I think there's more we could do with community cleanup that we're not currently doing. And I need some help from the assembly on what you think that looks like. And I'm going to give you some ideas. Nick's going to be a part of that conversation. And then we've got a short presentation to talk about land use and the comp plan and stuff like that. So that's what I'm hoping to drill to, but we'll go through and kind of give you an update on where we are, some of the things we got done and kind of where we're going. And then we'll see if you have any other topics you want to spin off of that. And we start at 10 a.m.
Mr. Attorney, parting comments?
Laws are like sausages. It's best not to see them being made. Unfortunately, what we do is make laws.
He says this is a normal saying. Has anybody else ever heard this?
I've heard it.
Okay.
That's all I have. No.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments? Okay. Assemblyperson 2, parting comment?
I would like to say thank you to the assembly. Sorry to put you through so much tonight. Maybe I don't get it out there exactly what I'm trying to accomplish. But I can tell you in my past that I have dealt with permitting for gravel pits, doing jobs, doing this and doing that. And it's very painful. At least it was for me. And so I know there's a lot of other people out there that have the same thought processes that I do, that when projects or when things get difficult, you don't do them. You go a different way. So I think that what I'm trying to do is make it easier for our younger people to work in our community, to build and make money and stay here. I've worked very hard on keeping my family here. They live on the same lake as I do. And I would tell you, I feel like I'm the richest man in the world. I have all my grandkids living with me and I have my kids living with me. But honestly, if they don't make a good living, they have to go somewhere. They have to. So we have to give them good jobs. And I'm not saying Walmart's not a good job or Wendy's or whatever. I don't want to say a bunch of names. But honestly, you can't feed a family on $18 an hour. It doesn't work. So I know dirt, I know mechanics. So if I can make those industries easier for the younger people to get in and make money and strive, then I'm going to try to do it. So I apologize if I'm stumbling. Rob, I really appreciate your help. And I look forward to working with you and we try to get this gravel passed. That's what I have.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be brief. We're running up against the clock here, but there was a correlation made kind of between the gravel and cannabis industries tonight, and I think it's really quite appropriate. Both of those industries require regulation because of their disruptive nature. Weed is probably our second biggest import by value, right behind gravel. And, when I was offering some lessening of restrictions on the cannabis industry about 2 months ago, no one at this table was willing to go that direction. So, I think it is important that folks have a say in what happens in their neighborhood. So continue to promote that. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson.
Well, I just wanted to thank everybody for their patience and coming out tonight. If you get a chance, Pittman and Parks Highway, there's a new coffee shop, Spunky Monkey. They got a little gift shop going there. Went in there with my wife. Guys, if you want to take your wife someplace nice and treat her right, take her in there. just to, you know. But I wanted to thank the Lord. May He guide us with wisdom as we make our decisions affecting our community. Help us to be thoughtful while listening to the voices of our neighbors. Keep this beautiful valley safe under your wing. Give us courage to stand up for our communities and to live with grace and dignity amongst our neighbors. In Jesus' name, amen.
I do not have any parting comments, so with that, we will adjourn at 11:11.
Is it your anniversary today?